Okay.
Where it says 3 dots and more, if it doesn't have a record button at the top, I don't know if you can do it, but I can link it to you.
Yeah, link it to me. And looks like my friend is in here. A couple of people have joined us here. So, yeah, I thought, you know, it's tough putting out a 4-hour, like I described it. We're like shot out of a cannon for 4 hours, and not people are going to watch that. So we could give them a little, maybe the first hour max, you know?
Absolutely.
I don't know. Do you know if it's possible to record it in sections?
I think what they do, it probably, yes. I mean, it's just a matter of us stopping and starting the recording. They would just have 4 different, I mean, like, let's say we cut it into 4 pieces. They would just send it, you know, in 4 different increments, I think.
Oh, well, that would be great. I just wouldn't want to mess you up.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it running, and I'll link it to you. And then, yeah, I had to call the computer people to, you know, they got to change my modem around and all that kind of stuff before I could start editing myself. I got to bring everything downstairs, and there's always these hiccups when you're getting off the ground, you know. So.
Well, we need some more tech savvy friends in here to help us out, figure out how to
absolutely
put out smaller chunks of these conversations.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just getting off the ground, it's a process, you know. I mean, it's a lot more difficult than I would have thought, but the page was pretty easy to set up. But no, the you know, setting up the computer, you know, it's supposed to be some kind of, you know, great, powerful computer, but I have to have everything set up just so, or it doesn't function. So I've got a guy coming in tomorrow to do that. And once I can start running these things off of the computer itself and through sourcelessness or whatever, I will be able to, you know, edit as I go and start adding stuff to my page and all of that kind of thing. A little slow going out of the gate, but we'll get there.
the two first ones we did there. So you have, like, you know, you're keeping everything in an archive.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm keeping everything, and I'm just waiting for my capability to, you know, get to where I can edit it and start adding things to my page and to YouTube or whatever, what have you. You know, the Facebook group, you know, I don't know, not really, and then my personal page. So yeah, they dragged me kicking and screaming into this computer age, but I'm here now, so, you know, I'm setting it up. You know, for years I wouldn't show my face, and now I'm, you know, getting a page and all these other kind of things. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Welcome our new guest here. Hello.
Thanks everybody for showing up. Nobody's got to. I've got 4.
Yeah. I forget how to say his name. And Maria?
This question came to mind. Are there any tech-savvy people who are attracted to this at all? Because you said you need to find them.
Well, see, that's why I didn't want to show my face. No, you know, the subject, you know, the self, to believe in the self and all that kind of stuff. It is a story, as far as I can tell. There's no objective truth to it, and you know, it's consciousness is the illusion of separation and all of that kind of thing. And I don't think it's really actual. So I don't think there is anybody that's attracted to it, technically speaking.
Okay. You know what I mean. Oh, you're talking about connecting with those tech savvy guys to help us, and I'm just.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I assume all those the people running nothing know what they're doing. They seem to be able to.
Parent people.
Yeah, I can't remember the person who said it, but what was it? There is no one. There is no separation. There are no questions or answers. Does anybody have any questions or answers? Yeah.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah,
that actually seems to happen quite a bit. I think what you just described. It's weird, but yeah.
So how do you look at existence? What do you think?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know how awake I am at all. It's earlier here.
Too early for that kind of question.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I would be happy to listen. And one other thing I wanted to mention, there is a Bulgarian group, Luciana. I don't know if you know her. She does interviews on Nothing FM. So she's Bulgarian, and that's the connection. So she has a meeting starting in an hour with Tim Kliss, and I haven't been to any of them, but I think I'm gonna go because it's a small group and just as a support thing or whatever out of curiosity. So, but I decided to just show up here and say hi for an hour,
Well, thank you so much, Maria. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
I was a bit surprised you guys are recording it because I was like, but it is what it is. So.
Well, the thing about it is, it doesn't necessarily have to be recorded, and I might have. I think I alienated one of my friends. They don't want to be recorded, but the thing about it is that every time I don't record, somebody says, "Oh my gosh, I wish I had that," and so I just decided to just keep recording. And actually, it was funny. It was last night or the night before, I was talking to somebody, and she asked me some questions. And I said, "Well, do you want to do this on Zoom and have it recorded?" And she was like, "No, I don't. No, I don't want anything to do with that." Why, she was almost off put by the suggestion. And then, like halfway through the conversation, she was like, "I wish I had this," And I was like, "Yeah, that's why I said Zoom. That way all I would have to do is email the conversation to you, so you can." And she was like, "Oh." So I mean, it invariably happens, and basically on top of that, I'm trying to get used to the technology. I'm just trying to figure out how to,
sure.
splice things together and do all that kind of stuff. And getting off the ground, I don't have a whole lot of content yet. Although I will, I'm definitely anxious to get back into the meetings and the interviews that I've had so far, because there's some great stuff in there. I mean, it was, just running a recorder and letting people talk. I mean, it really, it's like, wow, that actually is going to be pretty nice. Now I'm going to have to go through about, 3 hours here and 5 hours there to get to these little pieces. But I'll get better at it, I hope.
Well, Rajiv had a bunch of questions I had sent you. If I'm saying his name correctly, if I'm not, I apologize. If he wants to chime in, I know he's in here, but if not, you think we could start tackling those one by one?
Yeah. Go ahead, brother. And I had a couple of people message me that wanted to participate, like they wanted to sit and listen and wanted to know if that was okay. They didn't want to have, they didn't want to interact actually. So I was like, absolutely. If you would just want to sit and listen, that's, people have done that already a couple of times, just sit through the whole thing. And, that's kind of what I do too sometimes, actually. Just go and sit and listen. Yeah.
Most meetings I just listen. Most meetings are going on while I'm at work, so all I can do is just listen.
I love that kind of stuff.
But it's nice.
That is nice. I mean, I love that kind of capability. Just kind of do my thing, and and thank you, Arthur. I appreciate you being here, man. But yeah, to just be able to do my thing at work and listen to the non-dual meeting. Yeah, I'm all about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you ever hear Ariana? I'd like to see an interview you and her. That'd be great.
I would love to have a discussion with her. She's amazing. And also and also the young lady that Maria was talking about. I love that. I love that lady. I mean, I love her style.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, she's amazing. So
beautiful.
I didn't
Yeah,
know she was
her
Bulgarian. I was
interviews
like,
are very spacious.
oh, she's amazing. I
It's
mean,
not like
yeah,
boom, 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 concepts, knowledge, boom, 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 in your face. You know, there's a lot of room to breathe.
yeah, absolutely. You know, she's definitely a really, I mean, that helps in her ability to interview as well. I mean, letting people just kind of rip
Mm.
as they will.
Yeah,
And
I totally agree. There's something so open and just, yeah, no pressure at all. Yeah.
She said
you know,
something really beautiful. She's like, as I sit here, this thought that I'm the host and I should be saying something is arising. And I totally get that. You have these thoughts like, oh, I should be doing this. I should be, you know, I'm the host. I'm this, I'm this role that I'm supposed to be playing.
yeah.
But you can just, yeah.
My thing with the interview process, I just started learning. I just decided. I just asked some people if I can interview them, and then they said yes. I couldn't believe it, and so I just, like, out of nowhere just decided to start interviewing people. And the hardest thing, one of the things that I did really try to take into account is her demeanor and her ability to let somebody do their thing without interfering. And it's one of these things where there's a couple of times, and I admit, I was like, oh yeah, and I like right on top of what they're saying. It's not but this or but that, but and yes, and yeah, but and I try to make it a positive thing, but I always do try to remember the lessons and just how beautiful her interviews are. I mean, just because they're so pleasant to listen to. Yeah, I just try to say, hey, I got to learn something from that, and just allow the person that's being interviewed to express themselves and just be in that moment. I learned that from her.
Well, you can tell she's not thinking of what she's going to say next. Like,
yeah,
when when I'm listening to you, Howard, just listening, I'm not like, oh, what can I add on to that? Or what, I'm just there with your words. So
thank you, Walter. Let me tell you, I've been watching your stuff. Yeah, I love your style, man. I love the walks in the park and the just the whole natural setting, just everything. The answering the emails, I totally agree with that. I mean, I was sitting there going, hey, he's got something there, because the email, I mean, answering emails, that's got to be amazing. Just have emails come through and make content on answering that as they come. That's beautiful. I think that's genius. Yeah, I like that very much.
Well, questions help because I kind of there's certain things that I love to talk about, but I only like to talk about the same couple things, which is how amazing it is that this is even happening right now.
Absolutely.
That this coffee tastes like coffee,
Well,
and I just kind of lose myself in this. But people will ask pointed questions that take me in different areas that I normally don't go. Like that list, what is nothing? What is, it's a little heady, but but if I get pulled in that direction, I can give it a shot.
Absolutely.
But I certainly don't know anything. But, like what is nothing? I think that was the first one. Why you take that one, Howard? I mean, what is nothing?
You're
listening to it. That's all I can ever say is it's what asked the question. This is nothing appearing to ask a question. This is nothing appearing to answer a question. This is nothing appearing to drink coffee and have a conversation. There's nothing that could be pointed to because it's all one nothing.
Mhm.
Who's the separate nothing that's going to describe the other nothing?
Yeah.
So that's what comes to mind for me.
Well, yeah, that and I go with that and say words themselves, are the biggest paradox, because we're trying to communicate non-separation through a duplicitous appearance. Like words require 2 points in time and space in order to exist, or in order to appear to exist. So I am communicating information to you is the illusion that there are 2 separate points, and time and space exist. And what is being alluded, ironically, with the words is that is not the case. And so in that regard, you just immediately, it doesn't make any sense, but you're using a duplicitous mechanism in order to try to allude to the lack of separation, which is unnameable. You can't use a word to name that, because words are duplicitous. Language is duplicitous. It assumes that there are at least two different intellects exchanging information, but
Mhm.
information and all of that is the illusion that, knowledge, all of it, consciousness, is the illusion that there are separate points, that there is separation. And it is just amazing and uncommunicable. you cannot express it, and it's so magnificent. But to acknowledge that from the get-go, I think is pretty important. I mean, in regards to the story or the appearance of individuals, asking questions and giving answers. None of it is objectively true, and is the opposite of what is being said, paradoxically. So there's absolutely no way that you can get it through the idea that you're thinking, or that knowledge exists, or that there are 2 points communicating information at all. None of that is real, and or at least that is what the words are saying, while they utilize everything they say that doesn't exist. So it can be, that's the beauty of the paradox, of language, and in regards to a lack of separation. I mean, there's no way to articulate no separation.
Well, let me ask you this. So do you think all we have is, we don't have anything, but I mean, there's no truth with a capital T.
Well, I think in the story of time and space, I would say I agree with Socrates. The only truth that can be known is that there is no truth, and
it's amazing you quoted that. I just shared that on my page, and a huge debate broke out, and I deleted it. And I thought, if I can't even quote Socrates without getting into
oh god, yeah,
some kind of
yeah,
fisticuffs, virtual fisticuffs with somebody.
I have an amazing bunch of friends, and that there's a couple I have that have been with me, that we've been friends for years, and they understand what I'm saying, or at least they appear to at times. And then, just to be a contrarian, they constantly negate everything I say. So if I bring up, the lack of objective truth, they'll come up with, how do you know that? And da 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 da. And so you go on and on and on. But I think,
and you say, I don't know that. There's no one here
I
that
don't.
knows.
Yeah, it's the story of that.
It just seems to be obvious to no one.
But it's what it is getting caught up in like my own pointer, my own knowledge, whatever it is I'm trying to allude to, by my own words. I can't even attach or detach from it. But paradoxically speaking, they help me in that everything I do is challenged. And so I have to just constantly let go. Like if I think I'm making a point that is relevant, or, you know, if I think that, you know, so some people are starting to listen to me, and I'm talking, like last night I was talking like 6 different people at the same time. And, you know, it just happens that way sometimes. And, you know, the thing is that one person will be like, "Oh my God, this is beautiful," and then the next person will say, "You're just an idiot," you know. And the next person will, you know, it's just every one of them, you know, has a different way of dealing with what I'm saying, or what I appear to be saying. And my friends are always there, man, always there, really putting my feet to the fire as far as attachment to what I appear to be saying. Like, do you actually believe, you know, that this pointer is true, you know, and all of these other kind of things where I have to constantly let go of any idea that there is somebody here to let go.
You feel attached to these concepts?
I think, well, I think in terms of speaking, for example, when people are asking you questions, and you're in a rhythm, and you're, you know, just going through these pointers, and you get into your comfort zone, as far as, you know, you're just riffing, and people, you know, and people react just differently. But I think what I'm talking about is these particular friends making it their mission to make sure that I don't, you know, just because it sounds good or it's making sense to a seeker or what have you, you know, I'm using loose language here, but to not be attached to my own words. And
but there is nobody to be attached,
right,
in the sense that even if you're appearing to be attached, that's still nothing appearing as Howard being attached.
exactly. And
it's not you being attached. There's no you to be attached. So being attached is what's appearing. It's just what's appearing.
Right. And
so I'm not attached to being attached or not being attached.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself.
So if I can interrupt you guys, listening to this conversation, it reminded me, hopefully you can find the similarity in it. Some time ago, we were going to the mountains with camping, and there was this amazing sense or beauty or whatever, this inspiration. In the morning, I had listened to Andreas, and I totally love him. And anyway, it was incredible. So there was inspiration to probably say a few words about it. And because my husband had to drive the car to do a shuttle, there was kind of a whole hour of us waiting for him to go drop the car and come back. And so I sat there, and I tried to say a few words. And luckily, the videos were very short, like 2 minutes, and recorded 4 of those. And it's difficult because you know, it's impossible actually to speak about it. And then I don't know if I even listened to them. So we went on the trip, we came back, and I was totally listened to them fresh. Like I had no idea what I had said. So, and somehow when I watched them, there was the sense of, I can't even know what I'm saying. You know, it's not tangible. It's just, which I thought was a good thing. Like, wow, yeah, it's pointing to something which isn't tangible in a sense. So, and that doesn't happen often. I mean, in the beginning, I was recording seemingly a lot. There was desire to speak or record, and then nothing. And I happened to share these with Andreas. And here's the point where it links to what you were saying earlier. He replied, and he was, yeah, you know, so kind. And at the same time, at the last line, he kind of said something like, And however it is expressed, or however whatever the attempt to express this, it's
Right.
still apparent, it still
Right.
doesn't touch it.
Right.
And I was like, yes, totally. Like, I know it doesn't touch it. But
Andreas is.
But I was in the same sense you were saying you were grateful for these people provoking you, so to speak. In the same sense, I was so grateful he said this, because then I don't even have the illusion that something meaningful was said, that a point
Right.
was made, that it was
Right.
ever captured. It's just like an attempt to just an apparent expression, which doesn't touch it at the end,
Right.
of
Right.
course. But that was I was grateful for that. And yeah.
I was so lucky to get Andreas to do an interview with me, and yeah, he is really a nice guy. I'll tell you what. Yes, I agree
I
with
love
you.
listening to him and
He's amazing.
interacting in all of it. It's just, I think it's my favorite because of this capability to kind of engage in an apparent intellectual level, and at the same time the message stays absolutely intact and brilliant
Unbelievable.
without any
He never
loss, so to speak.
deviates.
Yeah,
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 he
yeah.
never deviates from the messageless message. It's so impressive.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's incredible. I'm a fan for sure.
He's my favorite non-dual speaker. I think
Mine too.
yeah, he's the Q&A's, just his ability to field questions just endlessly is truly amazing. And just to stay on that point without having to I mean, it's just, he doesn't try to over explain, nor does he under explain. It's like, he doesn't know something, he just, I don't know. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you did interview him, but have you released it or not yet?
No, I
Not
actually
yet.
see, that's what I'm working on with all this. I'm just getting out of the gate and just starting. I've got some good interviews under me, but no, I don't have the capability to edit them and put them on my new site. So
it'll happen. Yeah.
yeah. So, but no, he said that he was going to put it, because I immediately emailed it to him when they gave it to me. So I emailed it in, and he goes, "Oh, do you mind if I put it on my site?" And I said, "Oh, please, I'd be honored." So he says, like, next week sometime, maybe it'll be
How
on
long
his.
was it?
Oh, I think we did an hour. I could have done more, I think, but I was so, I was just so, he's so inviting, and he's just so kind and beautiful.
Sweet.
It's and
So
we were talking, and I think I could have, I think he was ready to do more, but I was kind of, I just, I asked him if he had anything to plug, and we talked a little bit about this and that, and he yeah, it sounded like he was definitely not in a hurry, and he was having a great time, and I was just so put at ease with him.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had the same feeling. That was really wonderful.
Absolutely.
That freedom of apparent allowance of whatever to happen is just addictive, I would say. Yeah.
Yes, and I love that. The questions. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Whoops. I love the questions that arise, and when somebody is frustrated or upset, and they want answers and this and that, and he'll keep it very simple and say, no, you don't exist. It's just, and I think at first I was a little perturbed about some of that, because I like with some of the non-dual speakers, but now that I've kind of been watching them, I see the intrigue involved with just keeping it simple. You don't have to explain every little teeny little intricacy, and if you try to do that, it just turns into spaghetti. You just keep it simple and say, no, you don't exist. I don't know.
I watched the interview. You did share it on your was it your group?
Yes,
personal?
I shared it on my Facebook page and on I don't know, not really group, but it did. I don't think people could access it from Facebook. They accessed it from they accessed it from Messenger. But it's so weird. Some people can access it and some people can't. Some people can just link right in. Some people can't. It's so weird. I can't wait to get, you know, the computer stuff set up to where I will be able to have everything edited and like in a YouTube post, and then just be able to do it from YouTube. It'll be so much easier. Yeah. I talked to Jim Newman a little bit. I tried to get him to do an interview, and he's you know, he wants to know where am I going to publish it. And I've talked to some publishers and this and that, but essentially what the feeling I got was, you know, we'll wait and see kind of thing, which is fine. I understand completely. But Andreas was completely the opposite of that. He was like, sure, when do you want to do this? You know, just like right away called me right back. And, you know, he was like, hey, man, he remembered me from, you know, a month or so prior. And, you know, he was very, very accommodating. I even messed up the time and, you know, because I thought he was behind or ahead of me, but he's behind. And, or I thought, yeah, no, I thought he was behind, but he was ahead 6 hours in Berlin. And, so I missed the first interview schedule. I was like, oh my God, this is horrible. I also got a guy, but he was so nice. We did it again anyways. I interviewed a guy named Richard Lang. I don't know if you guys ever heard of him. He's got a method. It's pretty fun. He's a good guy. He's a great guy.
What do you think about that?
The
the headless way.
Yeah. It's, yeah, I mean, it's fine. You know, I mean, I could see how that could be intriguing. You know, I could see, like, if somebody can't understand what I'm talking about and they're more physically, materialistically inclined, like they have to physically touch stuff to understand, you know, what I'm saying. So if you think that you're an individual in time and space, and you can't understand how that cannot be, you can use some of his exercises to see the subjective nature of dimensionality, if I could say so. You could see the elasticity of what appears to be cause and effect, but he very much thinks that there's a big me and a little me, you know, cause and effect is actual, but time and space exists, but you reference it from the big me, from timelessness. So for me, it got a little, you know, I asked him a couple of questions and he didn't really want to talk about it too much. Who are you and why did you want to interview me? I mean, I didn't ask much and I had to tiptoe a little bit and back off. And I really do appreciate him and all of that. But yeah,
it's like universal consciousness.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to say that. But yeah, you know, it's kind of the same. Yeah. It's kind of that feeling. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the feeling I got. There's a big me and a little me and universal consciousness. And all we can know is that we are here now, which is completely, you know, I don't know how you arrived there. But you know, again, it's not about, you know, me trying to tell Richard Lang, you know, what I think. And this is where the young lady we were talking about. How do you pronounce her name? The Bulgarian lady.
How do you pronounce? Maria is just fine. Don't even bother.
No.
Maria, not me. Okay.
Maria, the Bulgarian speaker.
Luciana.
The other Bulgarian lady.
Luciana.
We only know
it's
two.
very easy to pronounce.
Luciana. No, so but I really literally had to take Luciana. I mean, I was, while he was speaking, I asked some very simple questions and he didn't like them. Yeah, I mean, he didn't like where I was going. And so I had to channel my inner Luciana and say, and just let him be him, let him do his thing. Because, I mean, there are some people that react very poorly to the challenge that all, for example, experience must exist in order to negate it, which is not, not what that's not true. It's not true at all. And but it's not about what I think, when I'm interviewing someone. So, it's one of those things where there was a gentleman that got angry. I was so surprised because he seemed so peaceful and nice and kind and everything. As soon as we started talking, it was he was like suddenly off put by what I was saying, and I said, well, this doesn't make it doesn't make any sense. You're saying you're here now. How do you do that? I mean, and then they say, I know, he just clicked off the thing. He's like, well, oh, you don't exist. Well, then bam, and he just left. And so
They're defending their life.
Well, he was an extremely, I thought, I really was glad that he gave me the interview. I couldn't believe, I mean, he's a guy that I've seen around, and I thought everything was great. And I thought we would be able to have some deeper meanings and what have you, you know what I'm saying? And but no, I mean, he immediately ran upon any kind of, perhaps you're not correct, perhaps you're not right, perhaps it's not true that you are here now. And I was very surprised by that, but I did the best I could. I had just come off the interview with Andreas, so yeah, I was so involved in that kind of simplicity in regards to the non-duality, in regards to self and all of that when I immediately talked to him, and it didn't go well. He blocked me and everything. I was surprised, definitely.
In a sense, what happened last time at the Nothing Cafe, Walter was there, and he, in a sense, so to speak, instigated or said something, and I immediately joined, in a sense, and it was totally unexpected. It was totally unexpected. It was like everything that was said, everything just blah blah, like
you never know.
Yeah.
What it is people who take themselves to be real are very attached to that reality. And of course, like I said earlier, it's just nothing appearing as a person attached to being real, but it's still what's appearing. So, and I've been in these interactions where it's the person's fighting for their life, Howard.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you can't say I'm not real. I mean, some people literally think they are what they do. Like I'm a chef. So if I'm a chef, I'm a father, I'm a husband. I am what I do. But what happens if all that goes away?
Mm-hmm.
So now what are you? I mean,
that's the
people. They feel like this is where the free fall comes in. They feel like there's nothing I can grab onto as my identity.
Yeah.
I think this teaching comes down. It's not a teaching, but so forgive that phrase. But this message comes down to a shift in identity, and unfortunately, like you were saying earlier about a process and the methods, I think these methods are designed to help a person shift their identity from I'm a contracted little me, with a body and a mind and a job and a wife.
Same as it ever was.
There has to be shaken up completely. And I don't know how to do that. We were saying this maybe a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, I think one of the things that was said in that Zoom meeting that you were referring to, Maria, was the individual said that nobody will resonate with what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought to myself, wow, he thinks about who's going to resonate with it.
Yeah.
So he's catering, he's pandering to seekers and sort of forming this message that's palatable for people. And I'm just sharing like, wow, this is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just what's felt here. Like I don't have to change my words to appease anybody. I'm not trying to help anybody, you know, because I know it's futile because nobody really could help me in the end.
Yeah, totally. And I think I've listened to a lot of speakers say this, and it's kind of, that's what came to mind. The beauty, the essence of this message lies in the fact that this is already. If this is it, this is the if there's an essence, I mean, just calling it this, but this is the beauty that they just tell you it's over. It never started. It's over. This is it. You can't get to it. You can't. There isn't a you to just get closer, move farther, do anything, any of it. That just never was. And this is it. Like what listener? What's what? That's it. It's just so. I think a few statements of this sort came up, which were on the same kind of level or kind of similar to what you just shared. Like, what will we talk about? Like, talking happens. Like, seriously? Or what if there's no meaning? Da 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 da. Like, there is no meaning. Like, come on. Like, just there is no meaning. Period. Like, but speaking happens. Word come out. Art happens. Everything happens. What are you talking about? So to me, I was kind of really glad that this kind of thing happened, because otherwise it's like a long playing record, and you're like, and kindly people are like, yeah, not being polite basically, or whatever. And even when Howard was speaking about the interviews and the explosiveness of some speakers or whatever happened, all of it sounded beautiful. I mean, why not? Why not the hell arguments, explosions, whatever? Anything totally is allowed to happen. And actually, these can be totally exciting and fun, or great to listen to as they happen spontaneously. So nothing needs to be timid or framed or preconceived or whatever. Anyway, it's not. So yeah, I think these things are great when they spontaneously happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. The most beautiful thing was just right now, just listening to what you're saying and, looking at that enthusiasm. I personally share it. I find it absolutely just, there's no word to express how beautiful this is. And, I mean, and to me, even the most mundane thing it seems absolutely incredible. It just bloomed out of nothing. And literally, the more I lose any kind of, attachment to the belief in the story of cause and effect and relativity and all of that kind of thing, separation in space and time, the less I attach any kind of meaning to that or objective truth, the less I need objective truth, and the more bleeds or blooms into this just happening, not happening. That is absolutely unexpressible, because it's for so many reasons. Like, this most finite increment of time and space, Planck time or whatever, the absolute smallest measurement of time in the finite sense, and the infinite are this, and that doesn't even explain it, because it's like I asked Andreas, if I gave you 1,000,000 years, could you explain this moment? And he said, no, absolutely not. And I said, and in that way, it appears infinite and finite, but wrapped up in something else and completely separate, completely different. It's it's both infinite, finite, and something completely unexplainable. And that's the beauty of it. It's like it's not even dimensional in that it's not infinite or finite. We have no example of either.
It's not definable. It's totally not definable. And I think very often, I don't know how, it's just this, what comes here is uncontainable. It can't be contained by anything. It's like, and all the mind seems to do is contain it, contain what's not containable. So it's impossible. It's just it's great.
It's so amazing, because containment is exactly, that's how I view words as, it's kind of like a jar trying to catch sunlight. You're trying to contain. It's something that cannot be contained, and words are these little nets, like butterfly nets, trying to catch the wind. It's funny.
Basically.
I love it so much.
But at the same time, because I'm a visual artist, let's say, I find there is an incredible beauty in, like, let's say, a bowl that is sort of containing empty space, but it's not. And then it is the bowl, and it is the everything around it. It is just everything. So kind of just like a little pointing, or like a little something that,
it's so funny. The
I don't know
appearance
even
of a
how
vessel.
to explain it. Yeah, exactly. The appearance of a vessel.
It's so beautiful. I love it.
Yeah. Like this hand, I don't know where you see it, like just a hand as something that would point like, oh, I'm holding all the space, or like it's everything. This is beauty in a sense. Like, this is it.
Yeah. I think people. Somebody asked me the other day, what do I do about boredom? And I don't get bored, and I was I was looking. We were talking about this before, but I was looking at this simple object sitting on my table forever. I cannot even remember how long I looked at this bottle cap. And I mean, you could get the self and all of that kind of thing. I could get lost in that story, and that's absolutely beautiful. But I could see how somebody can just look at an object and see, just get lost in it. That's nothing one way or another is any different from another. Like the conscious, the vessel that appears conscious and aware of separation, or aware of something other than itself, is essentially just the appearance of a story.
And
there's
so nothing outside of it, and there's just everything is just this nothing appearing as anything. That's in period. I'm like, what do you say after that? You don't say anything.
That's another thing I liked about Andreas from the get-go, was he was able to. I remember seeing the first time I saw him. He said, "So X, Y, and Z, and that's it." And he just sat there, and for 5 minutes, nobody said anything. And he goes, it's basically existence doesn't exist, you don't exist, and all of this is X, Y, and Z. Okay, so that's it. I loved it immediately. I was like, yes.
And even the appearances aren't really appearing as, like, this phone is appearing as a phone, but it's only appearing as a phone to another appearance.
Right.
You know, my friend likes to use the example like the coffee table. I think I said this once before, but like to me, it's a place to put my coffee on. To my cats, it's a place to hide underneath. To a termite, it would be dinner. And then, you know, you took a powerful microscope, you'd see a lot of nothing whirling around, you know. So what is it? You know, it's all there's no reality. There's no objective reality.
It's a play of light.
I love that. I agree with that. The play of light. Yes, absolutely.
So even the relative truth is not. I mean, there's nothing to hang your hat on.
well, no. You can hang your hat on the unknowable. So anytime that you think you know something, you know you're getting caught up in the story. it's literally unknowable. So if you think that you've got a grasp on it, essentially, you know, it's just a game being. Yes. Thank you, Rajiv. Absolutely. He says,
Yeah.
Did you guys see that?
Nobodying, nothing, the nobody something.
Something like that. Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
That sums it up. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes. What am I doing? Where am I at?
Yeah, where are you, Howard?
I'm trying to find my way back to where I was. Hang on a sec. I'll be right back. Okay.
So yesterday I was in a meeting with a guy called Lino Heimild. He's kind of new to the scene, and anyway, I just listened the whole time to what was the words. And you know, William, probably if you've listened to talks, and he was quite asking questions, and that's like, and it was like stories with no substance. I'm like,
right.
with no nothing behind them, with nothing in them, with nothing but stories. You know, it's just stories. Like, what the hell? And you know, it seems to be taken seriously. It seems that there's an investment in the words, in the stories, in the whatever. But there's, you know, and I even wondered, sometimes speakers, that's just like us, you know, saying something. I can imagine that in a way, often so much of what is expressed just doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense. I was like,
absolutely.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's like, seriously. So a point seems to come when the whole thing is just like totally has all of that. When it collapses, it just barely makes sense. I mean, you know, it doesn't even make sense. So it's kind of wonderful that that there's even some sort of an apparent engagement in all these questions and all these stories and all of that. You know, it's like, wow, they're even answering these stuff, you know, to a certain degree. I mean, yeah, that's just crazy. I think I'm gonna have to go, you guys, because it's 5 minutes to.
Well, say hello to everybody for us.
Yeah, I will greet Luciana from both of you.
Oh, please
tell her we're big fans and we really like her interview style.
Yeah, totally. And she seems to be, so open because she interviews a wide range of people. Some of them are like, you know, whatever. And there seems to be a kind of undone embrace of everything, which makes these interviews so great, that there is a undone allowance of it, so which shows in the interviews. I think it's the same thing you guys are speaking about. That is
I
in every interview. Yeah, that allowance and kind of appreciation of whatever the person is saying. It's free to come out.
I think that she is absolutely beautiful, and I would love to have a discussion with her. And maybe next time I'll go to her meeting, or I hope to get an interview someday. But I think
Oh,
she's
you
amazing.
will. Yeah, she's so nice. Okay, guys. Thanks a
Okay.
lot.
Thank you, Maria.
And
Thank
Thank you for joining
who
us
kno-
so much. Thank you.
yeah, it was great. Thanks for
I hope I see you
being
again.
welcoming.
Thank you, ma'am. She's awesome.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it's nice. I don't know.
We ended up in one of those rooms together at the Nothing Cafe.
Is that right?
And that's when I met her and mentioned this group. So,
Oh man, that's awesome. So, hey, that's great. So we got 5 people total. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much, everybody that's just listening. Man, that's amazing. I actually wanted to talk to Luciana. I've been wanting to talk to her for a while. She's an amazing speaker or amazing interviewist. Anyways, yeah.
it's good that you were inspired by her.
Oh man, she's incredible. Oh, and I absolutely used some of her interviewing techniques. I absolutely did. So
It
yeah.
looks like you got some questions coming in here. Oops, I lost it. Yes, well, she, like I said, there's no sense of an agenda.
Yes.
So the conversations just seem to go wherever they go. And the looseness, yeah, it's very intriguing.
Yeah, I like
there's
the
not
way
a
she's.
host playing the host, and the interviewer is playing the role of the interviewer, and
I like the way I like the way she just sits. She sits and smiles, and she will let the person go as wherever they wish. But yeah, that actually saved me on a couple of interviews so far. It's channeled my inner Ariana, Luciana.
Well, Ariana's good too. How can we get to blah blah blah?
How can we get? What's this now?
I'm asking. I'm reading the question. How in the chat it says, "How can we get to blah blah blah?"
I thought we were there. I thought we were already. I thought we were in there for. I thought we'd been there for like an hour now.
Well, I think there is no we to be in a blah blah blah. There's nothing to be in or outside of.
Blah blah
There's
blah
just
happens.
what's apparently happening, but there's no you gonna get to a blah blah blah. You are the blah blah blah.
Right.
There's just blah blah blah. Yeah, that's good, man. There is just blah blah blah, blahring, blah blah blahring. Yeah.
Well, it's
Apparently.
impossible to argue with that.
I like the way you put that question because, in essence, these satsangs or whatever you call them, meetings, Q&As, it's some form of that question. How can I get to someplace I'm not? A feeling of lack, a feeling of that this isn't it. It's not enough. It's not already whole and complete. Something could be added, some kind of knowledge I can get that will enhance. And that's the search. But what if it was already always whole, complete? And it never could be anything but this. What if you've never done anything wrong?
Yeah. Or right. Or done
Or right.
anything at all.
Or anything at all.
The story of wrong and right.
It's like you're being done. I'd say you're being done, but there's no one doing you.
Right. Right. That literally is the crux of it. Using, I'll use using the marionette analogy, the marionette without the strings. It's one thing for people to think that they are being controlled by some outer, you have no free will of your own, but something is making this happen. But that's not what's happening. What appears to be happening is an effect without a cause. And so it's impossible for the individual to understand that an individual moving and talking and seeming to know things and being conscious of other things seems to have a will or can do things. But in fact, it is the totality of existence that is the marionette without the strings. Everything that appears to be this reality is a happening, not happening, and that there is no string, there is no cause for what appears to be this effect. And so it's like the jack in the box, you crank the thing and pop, the little doll comes out. Well, that's how people really think about their existence, what they think about their place in a space and a time, and their place in a space and a time, and that it's actual, and that there is this mechanism that makes it all work. And if they can't find that mechanism, they will create one. The big guy in the sky, the big guy, the little guy, the God, whatever you want to say. There is this assumed cause for what appears to be the story of cause and effect, but we have no example of that cause. And there is no, paradoxically, there's absolutely no, definition for a thing, including the brain. So thought is subjective, that a person is thinking, or that something is making thought appear, is the dimensionality, the thought, the human, story of cause and effect and matter and motion, time and space, all of it. It's impossible not to get caught up in that understanding that this happened and then this happened, series of dominoes, XYZ, all of it is happening, not happening here and now. But even here and now doesn't encompass it, because it's there's nothing to substantiate a here, as in immediate experiences relative to no position, and therefore not a place. It's not relative to another thing, making it something. It can't be. So the whole idea of cause and effect is the assumption that what you are experiencing in this moment is relative to another thing. But if you eliminate that belief, then this immediate experience becomes thinglessness, and there's no cause or effect for it. It just happens. But then happening is not happening because there's no cause or effect for it. So that is essentially the most difficult thing for people to understand, that they are not being controlled They're not in control. There's nothing controlling it. It is literally wild and, outside of the scope of normal understanding. A brain can't conceive of it because a brain is the story of a source culminating in a mind, to the self, but the self is subjective to the belief or the appearance of the belief in that story. So if you don't know objectively that you are your brain and body, which no one can know that, and there's no one to try, but no one can know that. So what that means is that the story of reality, the story of physicality, material, is all subjective and unsubstantiated, and just unable to make any kind of reality, any kind of connection to an objective truth or an objective reality or material. So this is not separate from any other position, and therefore not separate or not a thing. It's pretty amazing. I love it.
Amazing.
It's pretty amazing. I love it.
Top myself off here on the coffee. Yeah, so no cause and effect. It's fascinating.
No strings, no cause or effect, and there's another beautiful way to look at it is, whatever you seem to be experiencing cannot be shared with the person that you're experiencing with. Like we were talking before, we cannot share what we are experiencing. I can't explain what's going on in the appearance of my immediate experience. If you gave me a million years, if you gave me an infinite amount of time, I would never be able to explain this moment. And in an endless variety of ways, I could not do that. And so it is infinite in that what seems to be happening right now can never be discussed accurately, ever. You can't even know it yourself. You can't even try to imagine, what it is, because it's completely impossible. And yet, at the same time, that is the appearance of what's happening. The impossibility of an individual being able to communicate their story or their apparent reality, or be able to, to internalize it in any kind of way, because it's not inside or out. It's, there's no objective point in which to begin the story. It is just the story of the appearance of objective points. So
how do you describe that there's something aware of this conversation?
Yeah, I don't, awareness is the illusion that there's a conscious individual that is separate from something to be aware of. So literally, the analogy basically remains the same. The consciousness is the illusion of separation, that you are an individual thinking and consciously aware of an object that is separate from yourself, is the story that emerges without a cause. It is the story of an effect without the substantiation of a cause. And so what you have is the appearance of an effect without any objective truth. And because
but the appearance of this presence,
yes,
like there is this sense of something unknowable.
yes,
and even the sense of the unknowable is also unknowable.
Right. Yeah.
And it seems to be a part of the unbroken whole. So the unbroken whole contains the appearance of presence
Yes.
and awareness.
Yes. Yes. It
I'm
contains the
just,
illusion.
this is just what is being felt here or sensed. I don't know how to, I'm never gonna put my finger on it.
Look,
I don't even have
look
a
at
finger.
it. Try to look at it. Try to look at it like this. Okay, I was talking about the bottle cap earlier. You know, being fascinated with the bottle. Um, the thing about that is the bottle cap, as my consciousness, are the same aspect, the same story. So, for me to think that I am conscious and the bottle cap is not is a misnomer. Essentially, the consciousness of an individual as the bottle cap as separate from the individual are both equally simply the appearance of cause and effect and matter and motion separation. It literally, the consciousness of the individual is equal to any object that it appears to observe. So the bottle cap and the consciousness are literally appearances of objects in separation. But
Appearing in what?
well, that, you know, you can call it whatever you like. I mean, at that point, yeah. At that point, you know, there are no words at all. And so there's no, you know, you can't call it something. And it's kind of the old, the Tao thing or the Tao thing where, you know, that which can be named is not, you know, the eternal name. And so it's literally impossible to say existence does and does not exist. Okay, so what is the appearance of existence? Immediate experience. Well, what's experiencing? You know, I mean, if there's no separation, you know what I mean? There's never going to be a time. How you doing? There's never going to be a time when you can name it or categorize it or contain it. There's no way that you're going to be able to put your finger on it or anything like that. The story of it is that it appears separate but cannot be described as such. It cannot be known. And so knowledge itself cannot be known. So no matter what appears to happen, it simply is the appearance of a happening rather than happening itself. It is the appearance of effect due to a cause without the objective realism of cause. So there's no way that you can be aware, and there's no, but at the same time, the appearance of awareness is as the bottle cap, but neither are separate.
This is sort of interesting for me personally because this is the first time I'm really exploring this idea in depth, and I'm learning what have you, learning quite a bit about this field and whatnot. And I never really understood non-duality myself until I started to think just less, I suppose. And thinking less has brought me an immense amount of clarity of nothing. You know, there's nothing to be clear about. And I just very much appreciate, you know, just hearing this conversation first and foremost.
Ryan, thank you, man. I'm really grateful that you're here, and I'm glad that you stuck around. I remember when we first started, I think a couple of years ago, maybe a year ago, we first started talking, and yeah, it was a little rough out of the gate, but I think we're getting there. I mean, as far as you know, I mean, I'm just really happy that you're happy, and I am happy too. I'm glad that you're around. And that's, you know,
Thank you.
that's the truth. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. So all of that paradoxically, you know, is not two guys saying thank you to each other. That essentially is the story of individuals appreciating, you know, their relationship. But it doesn't necessarily, but within that content of, you know, any kind of meaning or reason, the beauty of it is that I appreciate Ryan without the need of a reason, meaning, or purpose. There literally is no me here and no Ryan there, but it is the story of the appreciation of the appearance, and that, and for its own sake, is more beautiful than imaginable, because it's beyond imagination, it's beyond thought. And so, you know, the fact that I will gain nothing from Ryan's kind words and appreciation and presence, energy and consideration, all of those things, you know, I'm not going to benefit from in an objectively true sense. But as the appearance goes, it is a beautiful thing. Brian and I have talked many times, and that is in itself the beauty of the appearance of here and now. We know it's not real. We know we're not real, but it is real enough to enjoy each other's company, to enjoy, you know, talking to each other and all of that kind of stuff. Although, you know, it has nothing to do with either of our wills. It is the appearance of will, the appearance of preference, choice, and all of that just happens spontaneously. And the beautiful thing about that is that, isn't that amazing that the totality of existence would express itself as a couple of guys saying, hey, thanks, man, I appreciate you. I mean, that's pretty, that's what it is, you know. So but for no reason, no purpose, no meaning. There's nothing that I can get from Ryan, and Ryan can get nothing from me. But this right here, right now, as it appears, is what is blooming out of not even nothing. And if you can, you know, if you can understand that, paradoxically speaking, that there is no you or me, and that it is just as it is appearing out of nowhere, going to nothing for its own sake. What can be better? I mean, what can be more beautiful? You know, it's just, and for me, you know, people will ask for a mechanism, or they'll ask for what is it, a practical application for what we're talking about, for, you know, thinglessness, sourcelessness, now, all of these things, non-duality. And there's not, there is no practical application, but that's why it's so beautiful. You know, none of this can help you, but at the same time, you do appear as an individual here and now, and for all its, you know, bumps and bruises and warts and, you know, pimples, along with the beauty and the incomprehensible, awe-inspiring, holy crap, I can't believe this, amazement, all of it together happening simultaneously and not even nothing, appearing as everything. And it literally is, as it is, perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And it's just, there's no in of it, you know. It's not what is appearance or what is existence appearing in. There is no in. And, you know, it's and that is why, you know, the attempt at a mechanism or a method or a practicality, literally, counterintuitively, but literally blows the entire, you know, point away, and the pointless point of it. It has to be let go of entirely, and that There, there, there is no belief in a story that has to do with an individual. Okay, the individual realizes they are an appearance. Okay, this is all within the story. You realize you're an appearance because you cannot objectively know your physicality. You cannot objectively know that you are in fact the culmination of your brain. And so thought itself is not yours. So consciousness itself has nothing to do with a self. There's no self anywhere to hold on to anything, and there's nothing to hold on to. And from that logical, kind of spaghetti, it's clear. It's that kind of clarity, and that it's as long as you don't believe your story as an appearance, everything comes very clear. And even that is a blooming story. But it's not real, it's not true, it's not something that exists as it appears. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. In fact, it's actually beautiful. You no longer have any responsibility to have to think. You have to do something. You have to be something. You have to know something. You have to achieve something. Or you have to drop something. All of that is the illusion that you have a choice. And the most beautiful thing is that nobody's choosing for you either. There is no doer. And that is truly magnificent, because for its own sake, it's showing appreciation as a couple of guys, that know each other and talk to each other. And they, if we were trying to achieve something, it would ruin that beautiful magnificence. But because there is nothing to achieve, that's what makes it so magnificent. That's why it's so beautiful.
That's beautiful.
I mean, that's.
I think you touched on something there, Howard, that I was sort of saying earlier also, is that I think when, like you just, you just said it, and I'm like, this is fucking it. This is it. Love it. I love it. I love it. But when people are formulating a program with steps or levels or, it ruins it for me.
It ruins it.
It ruins it.
It absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the house of cards just comes right down. It no longer blooms if you attach meaning to it. If you attach a reason, a meaning, or a purpose. If you attach any kind of belief to the idea that there's an individual that could believe, all of that, paradoxically speaking, if you just realize that it is not cause and effect, then at that point, it literally blooms. I agree with you. I mean,
it's alive. When you're sharing, it's alive. It's a living message.
It's beautiful.
And it's not formulated. It's just what's in your heart. And when I first was introduced to Advaita Vedanta or non-duality, the message I got was, you're already that. I didn't know what the hell that meant, but I knew I liked it. I was like, wow, that like, it felt like that. That's probably true. Whatever that is. I imagine I'm already that. And then I realized, then it was discovered that there was no me to be that, and there was really no that, and there was just what is, and this whole thing. But you get that message early on, like there's no becoming, there's no achieving, there is nowhere to get to. It's always already, and that's so freeing. I mean, it's so freeing.
Well, even the comment, I am that. The beautiful thing about that comment is, there is, there's no definable that. So I, no define, am, no define, that, no define. So I am that is the appearance of an individual in, what appears to be cause and effect. So, but I am that can mean, whatever it wants, but in the end, I am that can mean I am the appearance of an individual that thinks I think, that thinks I'm conscious and separate from what, but I know that I'm not, yet knowledge does not exist. So I am that can literally, I mean, you can make it mean anything you like. It just, none of it is substantiatable. I am that means that somebody appears to be making a claim that cannot be known objectively. You can't know what they mean by it, but they can try, they can talk about it. I am that. It's like, it literally means tiddlywinks and leaves. It doesn't really matter, what you claim to be or not to be. It literally doesn't, it can't matter, because simply that we're not we don't know ourselves. So we can't know what somebody means when they say, I am that.
I mean, I think I got his gist. We did get into this a little bit before when I was talking about prior to consciousness, prior to. I think it was just his clever way, of saying you're prior to all that.
Yeah.
You're prior to the word consciousness. You're prior to the concept of consciousness. You're prior to the first person that wrote down the word consciousness, or thought consciousness was a thing. You're prior to that.
Yeah. Well, and
this was always already.
Yeah.
It's interesting you say that. That's something that entered my head just the other night, was thinking about how it just always, and I was trying to think about it without the conception of time and how I would even word it. And that's as similar to a way of how I thought about it was what you said was, it just always, and it's just, there's, with no time attached to it, no destination, no one moment versus another per se. It just somehow is and always. And again, hard to describe, but I get the gist of what you're getting at my own way.
Yeah.
Well, you're getting it intuitively. What a lot of sages were saying when they say, I was never born, I'll never die. These types of pointers, talking about the unborn. There never was a time when I started, and there won't be a time when I will end.
Right. Yeah. It's I love the what Ryan was saying. It is what it is, and that's true. It totally is what it is. But and the beautiful thing is not is.
Yeah.
It's so amazing. It's absolutely perfect in every way, because there's no hand to grab, and there's nothing to grab onto. So it literally puts you in this kind of weird, dimensionless, spaceless thinglessness that and that is when that is when the rose blooms, so to speak. But yeah, and then the I am that thing. I remember reading some of that stuff. I read like the first 10% of that book, and he says, if you understand this part here, you don't have to read the rest of this book. And I watched and did some links anyways, but it's all stories. He says, from this point forward, I am just, paradoxically telling stories. It's not as if it was real up to this point, but from here forward, it's going to be Krishna and God and dimension and, all of these different stories about deities and things. And it was beautiful, because I understood exactly what he meant by, you can't even, he can't even say that and be accurate, because it would mean that you think that when you're talking about a lack of dimension, or the paradoxical nature of the lack of self, then you're not telling a story. But from here forward, I'm telling a story, would indicate that you think you're telling a truth, which cannot be known. Even to say that it doesn't exist as it appears can't be, it's inaccurate, because it does appear as if a self exists. It does appear as if, these things are separate. It does appear that we're in time and space. And so to say that it is or is not real, or hang any kind of truth or relevance to the understanding of it, would mean that you think what you're experiencing is actual. And you're saying that you could say something true and then something false, or you could tell a story that is less or more meaningful. So it even to that degree, and he was alluding to that paradox. And basically, if you understand this, you don't have to read the rest of this book. I loved it. Just because he said that, I just wanted to see what stories he would tell to allude to what appears to be a happening in separation. And he told some whoppers. It was good. I am that essentially means to me, this is a collection of stories that I'm gonna show seekers that might allude to somehow getting them to understand, and it's beautiful. It's a collection of stories.
And as he went on, I'll just say about Maharaj that we're talking about. He less and less wanted to, as I was saying earlier, cater to the seekers. So
right. Thank you. I didn't want to
remember
say it. I
one
don't know why.
interview, a guy was asking about his health or something. And he said, I'm not going to come down to the kindergarten level. Like if you're going to ask me questions about your body, I'm talking about the fucking absolute.
Right.
I'm not going to come down to that, my health. Who gives a fuck? He was dying. You think he's gonna give you a workout routine or a diet or something? I'm to say the absolute, I know is not right, but he's saying the absolute consciousness, he's talking about the unspeakable.
Yes.
And he's pointing away from ordinary levels of identification. By ordinary, I mean, most commonly people think they're their bodies, or they think they're their thoughts.
Yes.
So anybody who's not going to buy that, I'm not going to take questions. Would you take questions from a personal perspective, like if somebody wants relationship advice?
It's tough, man. You get yeah. I mean, I do the best I can. But yeah,
so I think in I Am That, he would engage a little bit. So you see, he's talking about all kinds of things. He's all over the place, but he's each question, each answer is catered to that particular person that's in front of him asking that question.
Right. Yeah.
So if you read it in that context, you can see what I mean. He's not really providing stories because he believes stories. But he might think, this might help that person to see the bigger picture.
Yes, I agree. And that's kind of what I was alluding to. It's like he was each story is essentially tailor-made to an apparent situation. And I do the same, I do the same thing. I don't stay on message very, very well, like like an Andreas or a Parsons or Newman or any of that, And, you know, maybe, you know, gosh, they've been doing it so long, maybe eventually I'll have that kind of thing. But I, you know, I
So you
try
want your
to,
own thing.
yeah, well, definitely. Well, I do have my, you know, it's not exact. I've never seen a speaker refer to the same things that we're talking about in the same way. And, you know, I got laughed out of so many different Zoom meetings and stuff. That's what kind of made me, I just go, look, I mean, nobody understands what I'm saying. So I'll just start talking.
But I love your expression, Howard.
I mean, well, nobody understands, you know, the questions I'm asking, you know, like when, and you know, when they were giving me answers, I thought, it just wasn't satisfactory, you know, and I thought, but, you know, there are some that, again, you know, Newman, Parsons, all of the, just this kind of guys are really good. And there's some others, but yeah, I'm just saying that none of them is exactly the way, you know, when somebody would ask a question, the way it was answered was never exactly the way I would answer it. I knew what they were saying, but at the same time, it wasn't exactly the way it appeared to me. So I thought, you know, why not say it myself? You know, why not answer questions myself? I mean, everybody's got their own style. Why not just do that? Answer questions, the same kind of questions in the same light, but in my own way. Apparently.
Well, you
Yeah.
have a unique voice, Howard.
And Walter, you are the man, and I'm absolutely, you know, beyond grateful for that. And I'm very happy that you're here. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, man.
Well,
I
thank you
appreciate
for
it.
hosting this.
Every Monday. I'm glad that and that's this all culminated like that, you know, just that whole story just kind of just happens like that. So hopefully you guys will, you know, come back, and I'm gonna keep doing them and just to see what happens. It's you know, I can't imagine why not, you know. You know, I've got plenty of time. My parents have time.
Yeah, no, that's definitely quite interesting. And I want to personally touch up on what you said before when I was just listening. And when you said that, you know, there's really never a moment in which you're bored. And I can so very much relate to that, Howard. I was, you know, not everybody knows this, but it's not a full story I'll share, but I was in 2 mental institutions not too long ago. And it kind of drove me to start entertaining myself in my head. And the way I went about that is just appreciate everything I can. And yeah, I still do. Sometimes I falter with sometimes, I mean, it's known that sometimes I make some controversial comments and whatnot. Let it be. It is what it is. It's how I communicate. And but the fact of the matter is that appreciation just never goes away. And I learned that in the institutions, how to entertain myself inside, even inside my own head. And like you were saying, stare at an object for how long? And it's just you never figure out what it is. And
Yeah. It's beautiful in that, you know, again, it's incorrect to speak this way from my point of view. I mean, from what I'm about to say is wrong, but it's the only way I can say it. And in that I will look at something and see everything in it, everything that appears can be seen in a speck of dust. It could be seen, every molecule of your, understanding of the universe, that doesn't exist. But as an appearance, all of these paradoxical understandings and knowledges and things to be learned and understood. None of it is separate from that bottle cap or that speck of dust. And your consciousness is literally the same story. It's literally appearing as that speck of dust or as that bottle cap. So to lose the self and the object in the appearance of one just being mesmerized by the object. Like consciously, I'm looking at the object and go, wow, that's not really an object, and I'm not really an object. And this is the story of objects. And you can get lost in that story. And there doesn't need to be, or in fact, the lack of a foundation, the lack of a tether to any kind of need or want or answer. There's no need of any of that, and there is none of that. And suddenly that is what is. This blooming arises in the lack of separation, in the lack of subject object. Suddenly the most mundane thing, like somebody sitting in a rubber room looking at a shoelace, can become infinite.
Yeah, just everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. Again, and the words fall short because you can't really. Yeah, there really wasn't an individual looking at a bottle cap, but there appears to be an individual realizing that there's no individual or bottle cap, and in that loss of subject object and that loss of separation comes the bloom of just this without a cause, or an explanation or a reason or a meaning or a purpose. And in that, it just becomes absolutely unexplainably beautiful.
Yeah, and it really begs the question of like, there is no objective narrative that can be listened to, so to speak, the big, if you will. I do still have my own belief systems, but if anything, it's just a false narrative I create for myself that I enjoy. But yeah, there's no real source to this, and objective source for it all. And yeah, again, who is narrating or what is narrating? There's not really a narration per se going on, other than the subjectivity of perception, even and goes further and on and not, and all the goods, ins and outs, and what have yous of it, whatever can be perceptually thought about, I guess.
I think that was well said. Very well said.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's thank you, Arthur. That rocks. Thank you, man. But yes, and hello, Gio, by the way.
How are you today?
I'm doing well, sir. Would you like to chime in here?
Yeah, well, I just arrived.
Yeah. Ryan, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty much finished with it. I just built up my own structure of beliefs, and even if it doesn't have a source to it, it's something I enjoy, but that doesn't mean I know anything whatsoever. And just because I believe in something doesn't mean that it's objective.
What do you mean by belief system, Ryan?
Oh, I suppose, yeah. I suppose Howard's more informed about this. I'll bring up to speed. I personally believe in a God, and but the way I go about it in a more of a letting go sense, because otherwise I just stress too much about it, and that's unnecessary, is sure, I believe in a God. And sure, I believe that there could be a narration. However, there's no way for me to even prove that, even to myself. And so at the end of the day, I mean, what is real? And I try and figure it out as much as I can, but I get no closer to any answers. And that's just how to quote Howard, it's just beautiful. It's incredibly and immensely and infinitely beautiful. And that's where I just find my appreciation to pretty much anything. So I hope that brings a little bit to it.
What do you think, Gio?
Well, you know, first of all, I think that I trust other people's heart. If whatever you believe, it's really warming up your heart. I mean, who am I to deny or to question? But I am inclined to feel that there is nothing beyond. I have a hard time believing in something beyond of what we already are.
Sure.
Although I am not sure, I know, I mean, not that I am not sure, I really don't know what we are. I don't know what we are. But I have a hard time believing that there is something beyond. At this moment, this is how I see it. I may change my mind.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the way I was looking at it was very similar to both of you guys, actually, in that there's no way to validate or non-validate a story, and all of it is all, very much, the appearance of the ability to know. So yeah, all somebody was saying something yesterday. I'm not a deity guy personally, but somebody was saying, what was it? How great the difference between how great thou art and I want to pray with thee. I don't know. I can't. Yeah, but the point being that the story itself, um, of the that that you cannot know is beautiful in its own right. That you like to believe in a deity, or you might know some kind of paradoxical understanding, or have had some kind of experience. However, the story is culminating for you is amazing and beautiful, and the fact that the paradoxical Ryan, the self, understands that it is unknowable, and yet it doesn't mean that you can't, think about a God or believe in a God, or however
Yeah,
that may be.
and Howard and Ryan, I think that it very much depends from where you are looking at. If you are looking at from this individuality, then I must say that there is a higher power, and I trust that higher power. If I speak from this limited physical entity, right? But if I sort of go into a kind of a epiphany, and I raise myself vertically, and I see that I am not restricted to this body, mind. Somehow I'm wider and deeper and ampler, bigger, or I don't say than this. Then there comes a point where talking about something beyond becomes questionable.
Yes, absolutely. For me, the going for a deity is, it's paradoxical. It's a story. It's beautiful, but it seems to be grasping for something other than what is. In that, a deity appears to need something to be a lord over in order to exist, and so some people say God is everything. If you're everything, if God is everything, then you are God. What are you the God of? You know, and unknowability, maybe the God of unknowability. Beautiful. That's a story into itself. Um, but to attach any kind of story to and a God would be kind of like trying to come up with a theory for everything, a theory for the initial cause for what appears to be this effect, and that is um, belief rather than the lack of belief. It's more of a, I mean, at least from my aspect, from the way I think of a deity, you would need separation in order for that to be true. Or, but that's not what everybody says or does. So,
Howard,
yeah.
is there any intelligence?
I mean, there appears to be, but no. I mean, no. There's no intelligent creature that does anything. There's nothing creating what appears to be this here and now. I mean, there is no mechanism for it to occur. There's nothing making it happen. Literally, there is just this relative to no position. So just this being your immediate experience. There's nothing outside of it that makes it happen. This is as it is. You know, some people want to call it aliveness, or awareness, or existence itself, or whatever they want to say. God. Some people want to
Yeah,
say
but Howard, that doesn't mean that we will not accept the unknowable. There is the unknowable, right?
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that such unknowable is beyond, but it is unknowable. It is a very strange way to talk about it, but we cannot claim that we know anything, or much the less that we know everything.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
there certainly is the unknowable, which could, for some, it could even be called a source. It becomes strange, but when there is no time, there is no before, there is no after, there is no cause, there is no effect. So source and consequences are sort of inefficient.
Mm-hmm. Yes. For me, I equate it to the deity question. It's kind of a dulling of the beauty of what appears to be, because it's trying to create a mechanism and a cause, and trying to make up a story about something that appears or seems to be so true. Like, people will have a feeling, come to an understanding during a prayer or something. All of that is predicated on the belief that there is separation, that there is an individual consciously aware of other, and that begins the whole need for the mechanism, and the purpose and the reason and the cause, and none of that, then that's just not what appears to be happening.
Well, it's a very interesting point, and I think I found a way to better explain my own system here. I personally do not believe in the core or the creation aspect. Like I was saying before, always, and what I consider the everything is anything that lies outside a concept, within concept, what have you. And so this everything, it's not so much a creator, just as it just is and always. And it's pretty much impossible to explain with words, but my personal appreciation of existence comes from that there is no reaching that state. It is an infinite progression, or what have you. Really, you can name it whatever you want, but just an infinite amount.
Right.
Regardless of how you say that, it doesn't mean like that's that is the source of it. It's just infinite. That's all. And that's my personal belief, what I choose to do then.
Right. Yeah. You
If
cannot
there is
go.
no one to know that, I mean, it has to be unknowable.
Mm-hmm.
Because you would need someone to know something in order for there to be true knowledge. So all we have is this relative knowledge. And I'm not that we have it, but this is appearance of separate people, say 7 billion worlds, walking around with their individual relative knowledge and their own explanation for why things are the way they are, or what's appearing and everything else. But none of those
Well,
are
which is
absolutely true.
well, all of that has to occur within time and space. You know, within the story of 7 billion people, and that has to be each and every one of those persons experiences time and space in their own unique way, because no 2 points can share the same time and place. That's, you know, that's just
Right.
the rules of physics, the rules of physicality. So it is inferred in the story of separation that, you know, you are alone navigating time and space and cannot know objectively how anybody else, you know, navigates time or space or experiences time and space, which is, you know, you can use that as a pointer too, just because no matter which way you want to look at it, it is subjective, because you cannot be another person, so you cannot know what they're experiencing. So even if there is separation, you cannot know it to be objectively true, and that's how relativity negates itself, because you can't, you know, it's not you know, it's a subjective point as an individual, saying that all things are relative to itself, but itself having no definition or description in an objective sense. All things relative to that subjective nature or that appearance means that it's all an appearance. And so even if you believe in separation, knowledge in an objective sense does not exist, and nothing that appears knowable can be in fact objectively true.
Yeah, but I don't fear to talk about absolute.
Yeah.
I don't step back from talking about an absolute, because if you consider and if you imagine absolute void, non-existence, absolute emptiness, I know this is ridiculous. It's just an exercise of thought. It's a game. But if you imagine that nothing ever existed and suddenly here we are, there is something absolute in this. I'm not saying that I know what you are saying. I don't know what Ryan knows. I don't know what Rajev knows or the other people know. But there is something absolute in the sense that instead of nothing, this is on. Wouldn't you call this absolute? It's not, it's completely unknowable, but it is on. Something is on.
Well, that's only relative if you believe in the separation that appears, because okay, if something is on, there must be something off, right? So that would mean that there is another position that is not on.
Yeah,
Whereas
no,
this,
no, yeah, but you know, if you consider this on as an opposite to something off, then that's not the on I'm talking about.
okay,
That would be just another exercise of imagination, a conceptual construct. Don't you see that? Oh, this is hard to say. It's hard
to
explain.
talk about it.
Yeah.
but it's great. The harder it gets to talk about, the better it is.
Is Gio, is what you mean by on that there's something seems to be happening?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Something seems to be on.
Yeah. And everything
the
is
lights
on.
are on.
Yeah.
Well, see, and that's what they mean by, and that's what's meant by empty fullness, where everything is nothing, because it's simultaneously everything and nothing, because it's on and off, because there's nothing outside of it to be a counter to what this appears to be. Off. So That is why it's empty form. And the appearance of simultaneity, like everything is yes and no. Like existence appears to exist, but does not exist as it appears. The self appears to exist within the context of this conversation, but does not exist as it appears. So everything is yes and no, including what appears on. So it is both on and off because it is relative to no other position.
Yeah, but then if you talk about this onness relative to something that is off, that's not the absolute that I'm trying to, that's not the Tao, right?
But do you have an example? Do you have an example of off?
No.
So what is on?
I don't think I'm able to make it more explicit than it is. Is it obvious?
It's well, it's on, and yes, it is beautiful. Yes.
Right.
It's
Well, you wouldn't
interesting.
be aware if you were unaware. Like,
Yeah.
nobody's aware of unawareness or conscious of unconsciousness.
Well, see, and that's the thing.
So it just seems like it's on.
Right. It seems like it's on because it, from a position of an individual in separation, there must be an off. There must be an on. This is a happening, but it's not happening in the cause and effect appearance of what the story says. So though you appear to be experiencing something, you are not separate from the bottle cap.
Yeah, definitely.
So the story of you experiencing something is simply all that there is, yet it is not as it appears. And so there's no on or off. But I think what I've been meaning to talk to you about this, Gio, because it's fascinating. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is kind of the discussion of there must be experience in order to negate experience. That's kind of what you're saying. Okay. Well, see, the way I'm seeing it, paradoxically speaking, of course, this is difficult to talk about, but that is an attachment to the story that there is an individual observing something other than itself.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, okay.
No, because from the point of view I am looking, there is no difference between the relative and the absolute. The relative is absolute in the sense that although I cannot explain what is it, it is something is on. I don't have to be separate.
Right. So then absolute and relativism is equating to on and off. So the absolute being what appears, okay, and relativity, which is the story of separation insofar as what appears. So in that respect, what you're saying is the story of Gio is aware of something on, okay, or something just appears to be on. Gio is on.
I understand what you are trying to say, but I don't agree.
Well,
because what you are describing is the relative story, right? You are describing a Geo that is supposed to be a centered point of awareness that is looking outside to a world of objects. But I'm seeing through that.
Okay. And something appears to be, you are seeing through it in that you think that you are actually aware of something. You think that you are consciously aware of an object or something that is on. But that is the story of consciousness and separation, in that you think you are an individual consciously aware of something other than yourself. And that is on.
No, I'm looking at all the story. Let's put it like a dream, right? The dream or the dreaming. Something is aware of the dreaming. But now we have changed the subject actually, because now we are trying to define what is awareness, what is the background, and that's altogether another subject, right? But
Well, there's
yes.
it becomes interesting for sure. And I want to bring this to what I could think be a relevant not explanation, sorry. How would I put this? Simulation theory. Are you familiar with it? Basically the superposition of the coding itself being both a 0 and 1 at the same time. From what we understand from it is it allows for an infinite set of different variables to be taking place. And then at that point, if it is a simulation, and I'm not saying that we are in one, but just the idea of it, then it kind of is like that dream that there really isn't anything there. And we are being watched in a sense. And we even, it's weird to think that our computers are sort of modeled after our experience, and it continues to go deeper. And now we're getting to the point of being able to use deep faking programs to bring somebody, like, let's say back from the dead, essentially, somebody in a painting or something, and have them sing a modern piece of music. And it looks almost real. It's getting to that point, and it's again, I'm not saying we are in a simulation, but correct me if I'm wrong, Gio, but are you talking about, in a sense, mind
right,
you,
right.
that kind of like the on and off at the same time within like a dream, like you had said before? Is that something more so?
Yeah, I think it is, because I think there are two things happening at the same time. One is unknowable, and the other is just an interpretation, which I'm calling dreaming or the dream.
Mm.
I'm not trying to define that which supposedly seeing the dream. Maybe there is nothing seeing the dream, but yeah, you got me there.
And I'm definitely not trying to define this either. Like I said, the simulation was just sort of an idea to explore, to maybe better convey what I was trying to, my understanding of your words personally. Because it is hard to explain. And that's the closest that I can get personally to trying to explain how I understood what you were saying.
This is something that has been, this discussion about, is there a ground of being, or is there not a ground of being, is a discussion that has been going on for millennia, right?
Oh yeah.
And I don't know, when somebody comes to me and say, yes, there is a ground, it's called awareness, I tend to say no. There is no such a thing. And if somebody comes to me and say, no, there is nothing beyond, there's no awareness looking at this, I tend to say, well, let's question that, I'm not sure. Because, you know, when we let time slip away, when there is no past, there is no future, there is really no way to talk about something that is prior and something that is after. There is no way to talk about cause and effect. There is just this, and even to say this is too much.
Yeah, like Howard likes to say, you know, the is, isn't, and all that. I personally love that
Is
one.
not is.
Yeah, exactly. I love that one.
Yeah.
You get such a kick out of it, but it explains it pretty well, simply, at the same time that it doesn't. And so on.
Well,
Yeah, I ended up falling on Howard's ground. Yeah. I don't
poor
know.
thing. There's a, you know, the conversation of there must be experience in order to negate experience has been going within the appearance of time and space. It goes back as far as humans. So, that conversation is ingrained in what we are, along with God and not God, and is and not is, or on and not on. And the thing about experience is it must be a story, okay, that has some kind of belief attached to it in order for it to be on or off. What I'm saying is experience is the story. Experience is it's the same as awareness, in that there must be somebody to be aware, and then something to be aware of. There must be an experiencer and the experienced. So when something is on or off, that is saying that there's a cycle, in that there's a cause and an effect, when in fact it's not a linear chain of events, like these conversations of sourcelessness and on and off, and all of these things that have been going on for as long as there have been humans within that story of time and space. Everything kind of emerges in this moment. All the teachers and all the, and everything that appears to be separation appears as a linear chain of events throughout history, culminating in this now. And from that aspect, we can say, yeah, this is an experience, or there is something on. But without the validity of that story, without the knowledge, objective knowledge, without the acceptance or belief in that story, experience as it is right here and now has no negation, and therefore is not like a yin and a yang. It's not a natural series of events. So there is nothing on or off, because there is nothing beyond what appears to be this here and now. Now, that is the way I am seeing what you're saying, Gio, but I don't know if I'm seeing what you're saying accurately.
Oh, it's just that there are two subjects that are going parallel, right?
Yes.
The on and off thing is one subject. It's absolute. I don't even know how to question that, because it's so obvious that I have no words. I mean, we are here. I don't know what is here, but we are here. I don't know what is it, but we are here.
What is
Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking. We wouldn't be seeing at the screen. We wouldn't be doing, something is on.
So you think you are here now,
No, not
observing
me.
other.
No,
We.
no,
We.
no. You are now sort of qualifying. I'm not trying to qualify anything. Just something is on. This is one subject. And this is what I call absolute. The other subject is there a ground of being? That is already another subject, right?
Okay.
The on and off thing, I mean, there is no off, obviously.
So what is on? I mean,
I don't know.
Okay. And so that's what I'm saying. It's like, without the negation, without nothing, what is a thing, right? So without nothing, there could be no thing, but yet
Yeah,
we have no example of nothing, right?
no.
There is no example of no thing. So what appears to be a thing is not a thing by definition, because
No, but we are not trying to say that what is on is a thing. Quite on the contrary, we have no idea what is on.
right.
But I'm saying that whatever is whatever is appearing or non-appearing, whatever is happening in whatever mode or way, it's obvious. I mean, you don't have to interpret it.
Yeah, but people say it's obvious when they say I exist. It's obvious.
Yeah.
It's obvious that something is happening.
Yeah.
It's not obvious. And it's not and in that respect, it cannot be absolute. In that absolute, I can't know what you mean by on or off. I can't know what you mean by green or blue, or what burnt toast tastes like, smells like, or what Cheerios are. I can't know that from your intellect. What appears to be my intellect and your intellect are now exchanging information. That is the story of separation and knowledge, intellect. But it does not exist as they appear separate. It is culmination of just a happening, not happening. And in the same way that it's happening, not happening, it's also both on or off, however you want to say it, because there is no negation or separation in which to make absolute relative to anything. What can be absolute if I can't know what green is to you? If I can't know what ginger smells like to you, how do I know what absolute means? So in that respect, how can on or off have any intrinsic meaning? Okay, unless you want to believe that we are actually individuals exchanging information. And that is the story of separation and consciousness. The story that I am aware of you, or I am aware of something that is happening or not happening, is the illusion that I exist and am aware of something. Whereas what is on, as we can say, something appears on, what is on is the story of two people that think they're aware of things. And within the context of this conversation, we are appearing to be separate things that are aware of other things. And we are exchanging this information, but that is just a story and has no intrinsic value. So on, off, absolute or not absolute mean absolutely nothing, because it can't.
That's a contradiction, Howard. Right.
Yeah. Well, it is, because it absolute. If I could know what you're saying, or if I can know what on is absolutely, then you would be able to explain what appears to be happening here and now. Like, you would be able to explain this immediate experience.
No, but
then how can I know it to be absolute?
No, but what I'm saying that anything in whatsoever mode could be happening is already on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a very difficult subject, because there are no words, there are no logic to it.
Yes. Yes, it's difficult. It's difficult to, it's kind of like, for me, negation or its counter, or things and their counter, or yin and yang and all of that. I think it has to do with that story of a chain of events, and that it is a cause and an effect and separation. But I think more closely might be, and maybe this is what you're saying, because I truly do want to know. I mean, I love this subject. Maybe it is what you are saying. Absolute is the story of what appears to be happening.
No, that is not. That is relative. No, all these stories are relative. But let us drop the on and off thing, okay?
Yes,
let's lower the bar to that level where we talk about the dream. All these stories that you are referring to, right? The individuality, all the dramas, all the stuff that we imagine, that we interpret that is happening. I call all that as the dream. But if I am able to say that it's a dream, that it's empty, I somehow must be outside of the dream. No?
Only if you believe it. I mean, it's the appearance of you believing that you are dreaming. Like me saying that I could know what you're saying would be the assumption that there is two individuals. You thinking that you are dreaming, and that is experience, to say whether it's happening or not, is the illusion that you are actually an individual that dreams. You see, it's not that you are aware that knowledge doesn't exist. It's literally that knowledge doesn't exist appearing as you, dreaming. So it's not an absolute in any frame of reference, because you can't know it to be true. I can't know it to be true. So there is no absolute dream or not dream. There is no you that can go beyond your immediate experience within this physical appearing reality or within your conscious awareness and dream.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. There is no you that can go out of the dream and still remain a you. That's ridiculous. No. All there is the dreaming, and the question is there the awareness that all this is a dreaming?
Well, how could it be? I mean, who would be aware, and what is
No,
aware of?
not who. It's like space. Who will construct space? It's just natural. It is the unborn. It has always been there. And suddenly the dream appears within it.
But isn't that a story?
The dreaming? Yes,
No,
it's a set of stories, yes.
So yeah, to say that it's always been there prior,
No, that is not the story, supposedly. In my paradigm right now, that is not the story. That is like space, empty space that is lucid. Because you see, there is this space that is physical space, okay? Three-dimensional space. There is another space that this space occupies. Do you get that? There is this space, the three-dimensional space, this emptiness, this physical voidness. But this physical voidness must occupy another space that is unknowable.
Well, no. See, that's what I'm saying. There is no thing outside. There is literally no thing outside of this immediate experience. Much like the Big Bang.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I agree with
so
you.
there is no space that this space is within, right?
That is not my immediate experience. My immediate experience is that the dreaming is going on, including the space. The dreaming is going on, including space and time. And there is awareness of it. But it's not that I am aware of it, right?
And so this is sort of just following, let's say, a human logic, if you will. It's a set of words that I came up with a while back, and in my perception, it could be kind of the in-between point of what you're both trying to get at. And it's mainly just possibly food for thought. But with the word nothing, let's start with that. It's completely a misnomer, as it can't be defined. It's the ultimate paradox of even the word itself cannot represent nothing, because nothing cannot be represented. Right. And so the way I would put it, and if we are here, then
Ryan, just a second. I don't want to miss that. I completely agree with you. But when you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 100, 200, you are already considering zero. You don't see zero. You don't see zero. You cannot define zero. But the moment you count 1 or 2 or 3, you are already implicitly accepting zero. There is no 100. yes, there is no 100 without zero. There is no one without zero, right?
Yeah, and the way I was I just was bringing to the simplicity of the words. I think maybe it can explain, maybe it can't. I'm not claiming that it will, but nothing cannot exist, therefore something must. If you kind of don't really break it down or break it down, what have you, the concept of nothing is somewhat apparent to us in some way, as like as you said, it's sort of implied, just like zero is. And so nothing cannot exist, because if nothing is not existence, then it can't exist, quote unquote, and then therefore something must exist, is in a it's something to take its non-existent place, I guess. So like I said, just possibly food for thought. I just want to know your both your thoughts on that.
For me, the Geo is right about zero, in that you need zero in order to have a number. But you also need infinity. Our number system, or space and times measurement system, is based on the assumption of zero and infinity. Having examples of neither, okay, they are both the same thing in a sense.
Oh, sure,
because one is infinitely nothing and the other one is infinitely everything. And so infinitely everything and nothing bookend what we appear to be measuring. The whole separation of objects in time and space is bookended by the concepts of zero being infinite and infinity being zero. The numbers, you can't have numbers without it. All numbers are based in those two assumptions. And so to say that, a number is actual is to say, I believe that there is an infinity, although I have no example of it. I believe that there's a zero, although there is no example of it. So I believe that this is one thing, is relative to that assumption. So any kind of idea that one and zero are the same would have to also be infinite, in that without zero or one, there has to, without zero or one, there's no infinite either. So that means that dimensionality itself is based on assumption. It's based on these concepts of individual objects in time and space without verification. So so if something were to appear infinite, or if something were to appear to be not even nothing, or everything and nothing simultaneously, it would be the same kind of story. Using those definitions and logics. And so it is neither one or another. It is neither a thing nor not a thing. It is neither awareness or not awareness. So in that respect, everything that appears to be real is based in these appearances of beliefs in concepts. And that is what appears to be happening, but it is not happening in that way. It's not happening as it appears. So the lack of belief that this is either one thing or another makes it both one thing and another.
Yeah, and just a small question on my end. I probably explained it poorly. I probably didn't. The words weren't.
No,
Say,
you did
but,
perfectly. I wanted to add to what you were saying.
I was going to add to my own. Yeah, I was going to add to my own words that
go
basically
ahead,
what I was
please.
getting
Yes.
at is I'm agreeing with you on that, is because like, just for somebody who studies physics and whatnot, even theoretical equations, we've had the discussion before about 0 factorial equals 1, and what that all implies or doesn't imply, what have yous. It's basically, infinity and nothingness are kind of the same thing in a sense. Yeah.
It's an illusion about dimensionality
Yeah.
based in the
Yeah.
concept of separation. It's based in the concept that 1, 2, 3, 4 exist. It's that
Any
conceptual.
yeah, any notion of dimensionality is already a delusion. There is
Yeah.
absolutely no dimensionality to this.
So amazing, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is just, I love that so much. That dimension itself.
Thank you to both of you. I really appreciate this.
Oh, thank you, Gio.
Thank you, definitely.
No, really, Gio, thank you. I absolutely love the what you bring to the meetings every time, and all of that stuff. It's just, it's, to me, dimensionality itself being a concept is, I mean, it's just beautiful. How can you beat that? I mean, to get to that, and that is the nature of existence. In that, it's not that. Yeah, it's not that we're making up stories here. This is the reality of the situation. In that, you know, you can't know that you are in a place and a time. It's just so beautiful.
Yeah, it's when I fully realize that from in my own way, like Howard, when you talk about the bliss, that's when I feel it, is when I just completely let go and just, all right, stop hunting for the source, quit the battle. There's nothing to battle. It's just, it is what it is.
It's just the mind trying to ground itself. It's meaningless.
And that's kind of what I mean by sourcelessness. I named my page Sourcelessness. And some friends were just giving me all kinds of grief about it, and saying, you know, I mean, just the whole, you know, having fun with meanings, you know, it's source, it's sourcelessness, you know, whatever. And I was just, you know, for me, the lack of a belief in anything other than just this, essentially makes it sourceless. It's literally, it's got no cause or effect. It's not coming from a place and displaying something. It literally is everything and nothing. And waking up to that, you know, lack of a need or ability to go somewhere or do something.
Wow, this is really strange. Coming from nowhere, going to nowhere. My God.
Yes.
And we're somewhere between the nothing and the nothing, and it's impossible to wrap the head around.
There's no coming and going.
Yeah.
You know, nothing moves.
Yeah. And at the same time, yeah.
My fiance is going to be home soon, so I'm going to take off. But it was very nice chatting. I very much enjoyed this.
Oh, nice talk,
Thank you,
Ryan.
Ryan.
Yes.
Ryan,
Nice to meet
thank
you,
you so
sir.
much for coming, brother. I really appreciate it, man. Thank
You too, brother. And thanks
you
everybody
around.
else who was listening, participating, and Gio, wonderful conversation. Where did Michael was his name? Or what was his name? The other man that was on here.
Oh, Arthur.
I just want to thank him. Oh, yeah. I'm my memory is bad.
And
All right, you guys take care. All right.
No problem. Have a good one, bro.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Arthur.
We are these dreamed folks trying to dream ourselves out from the dream. Huh.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's not possible. How can a dream character wake up from his own dream?
But that is the dream.
That is the dream.
And that is
I mean,
dream.
if maybe it's a dream of trying to get out of a dream.
Yeah.
I think, you know, there was a book called Wake Up to the Dream, Waking
Yeah,
Up
yeah.
to the Dream.
That's
So
the point.
it was written that way as opposed to waking up from the dream. Because there is no you to wake up from a dream. You can, maybe the dream character can see it is being dreamt.
Yeah,
At-
that's the point. Yeah, yeah,
Beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful
yeah,
because
yeah, man. Wake up to the dream. He just said it all. Once you know, once you are awake to the dream, there is nothing more to do.
Geo, it's literally like it is the totality of existence expressing itself as a geo telling me that there is no foundation and the dream just wake up to an endless dream. And that is the beauty of it. That's the amazing the amazing thing is that people appear within the immediate experience and from all walks of life and have all kinds of everybody's got their own take, everybody. And the best thing about that is as I as I am aware that I don't exist in the in other than in the context of this conversation.
And why don't you say I don't exist other than in the context of the dream?
Context of the dream. Thank you very much. Yes, within the yes, thank you. Within the context of the dream, and so all of these, Walter comes in, Ryan, Gia, Gio, and Maria, and there's a couple others, and everything just kind of happens within this experience of a dream without a tether or a foundation to
Right,
anything.
right,
And
right.
and all of these appearances of people and other ideas and everything just kind of emerges in this.
Yeah, you see, there is absolutely no need to define the dreamer or a dreamer. It doesn't make any sense. That's not the point. The
Mhm.
point is what Walter said: wake up to the dream. Once the dream is being seen, I don't care what seeing it is seeing it. It's not other anyway. There is no otherness, right? But something is awake to the dream, to the dreaming. And it's
And-
not,
Sorry. I was just going to say the way that it seems to come about is by the absence of something else, which is the sense of being the separate, independent author of your actions.
Mhm. Yes.
You know,
Well,
when that crumbles, then waking up to the dream seems to happen naturally. So one thing has to be removed for the other to fill in the space. It seems,
exactly.
it's just a way of describing it. It's not,
Yeah,
nothing I'm saying
but
is
I
true.
agree totally.
So the thing that seems, if there's like, I don't believe in blocks, but if there's something blocking the awareness that this is a dream, it is that sense of separation and this being my life, and I'm gonna run my life and control things and have things happen in a certain way so that I can be happy. And this whole pursuit seems that is the contraction, and it's
That is
small,
the
and you
block.
can't. Yeah, that's the block.
That's the block.
There is
The
such a
block,
thing, yeah.
the block is a movement of thought.
Hmm.
That's the block. It's a movement of thought. But it must not be a block, because once you see that it's just a movement of thought trying to anchor itself, it stops being a block. It becomes a cloud that is
So
seemingly blocking the sun, but it's not really.
yes, the
Yeah, that was
idea
nice.
that
That was,
so the idea that there is as someone thinking, is a thought. loses its meaning. I mean, as far as what appears to be a source for a person's consciousness, as in a brain or whatever, the dream itself is essentially, it has no parameter, it has no boundary, there's no way to, as Maria said, contain it, because there's no dreamer, there's just the dream.
Exactly.
And there's no, there's just no way to articulate that accurately. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I sometimes slip into the mistake of 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 conceptualizing a dreamer, a very subtle sense of being a dreamer outside of the dream, but that just doesn't make much sense.
Right. So so the dream within a dream within a dream would be, the fact that, well, the fact that it's tetherless, or it has no foundation in any kind of objective realism. There's no one and no cause. And so what appears to be happening insofar as conversation is concerned, we are paradoxically touching on the untouchable, in that there's no one to have a hand to touch and nothing to be touched. That would be the dream, that there is someone that can reach out and grab something or hold something that's foundational. And that, to me,
Sorry, folks. Hello.
You all right? So, yeah. Walter, what do you think about experience and the negation thereof?
Experience and the negation thereof. Can you be more specific?
Do you think that there is something that is on, rather than off? Do you think the experience,
Only relative to
the story?
an imaginary person, or the appearance of a person. Everything I think I can possibly think or perceive or experience is in relation to this body.
Yeah, parent individual.
Yeah, parent individual. So yeah, I made a quick little video the other day that, of course, our friend challenged me on, but I just said, I said that once this is seen to be a false construct, meaning, all right, there's an appearance of a body here, and often people project autonomy onto this. So it's a separate, autonomous individual in time and space with free will and choice. And so as long as it's being seen from that, we get experience, there's something on, there's awareness. It seems to be just a function of the body, a projection of the body, mind, organism. And I don't think any of it has any inherent reality whatsoever. So that brings me back to the waking up to the dream. I think that's all a dream. I think it's all a story. When you're asking me about experience and negating experience, I think that's also a part of the dream.
Right.
And it comes back to unknowing.
Yeah.
So I can't make any ultimate claims of anything, ultimate knowledge, ultimate reality, ultimate truth. So that's why I talk about the mystery.
Yeah.
Because the mystery is also not a thing, but it's an unknowable, it's unknown, but somehow there seems to be experience. There seems to be, like Gio was saying, something on. There seems to be all these miraculous happenings, and there seems to be life, and there seems to be
something rather than nothing.
Boundless, yeah, something rather than nothing, yeah. But what's aware of that and all, and we get back into all that
Well,
stuff.
yeah,
So,
well,
that's why it's a mystery. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's yes, in that it kind of takes me back to the room analogy, and that with the non-dual room, it's not an individual. It's there's not an individual expressed. What is expressed is the room with an individual in it. It's not an individual aware of other things in the room. It is literally a room relative to no position, that appears to be separate things, but yet because immediate experience has no negation and there is nothing outside of it, in it, before it, or after it, then it itself is not a thing. It's not on or off, because there is nothing to be compared to that could be on or off. So
Yeah, but
Rajiv.
I would like to dissecate a little
Hi.
bit more. Hi there.
Oh,
This-
sorry. I thought he was going to jump in or say something, or maybe.
There is only blah blah blah.
This is true. This is true.
Join the chorus.
I should.
Join
That's
this-
what I should name the meetings from now on. Blah blah blah
Yeah.
with Howard Chance.
Birds chirping.
Birds chirping in trees. Yes.
Yeah, but here goes another chirp. Why I would like to dissecate what Walter said. To wake up to the dreaming, what really does that mean? Who is going to wake up, or what is going to wake up, or what actually is happening with that statement, waking up to the dream? What that differentiates from being in the dream?
It's a dream waking up to the reality that there is no reality. There is the appearance of an individual without a foundation, waking up to the understanding that there is no foundation.
But the very dream is waking up to the dream.
Yes. The dream wakes up to like consciousness is a dream. Okay. Say consciousness is the dream that there is an individual aware of something else.
Right.
So when that consciousness realizes that it's not actual, that there is no tether to make consciousness true, in that it's not a separate, like a self aware of other, then that consciousness, quote unquote, recognizes that it itself is the dream of unknowability or unsubstantiation. And so when that consciousness wakes up, paradoxically speaking, of course, to that understanding, then that dream realizes that its dreams and its dreams are essentially this here now. What appears to be us in a separate mode of time and space is the appearance of cause and effect. It is the appearance of a reality, but in fact is tetherless and sourceless, and it has no validity in an objective truth. And therefore, what we think our dreams are, or what we think are more real, is just a dream within a dream within a dream, because none of it has any tether.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I hear people use the analogy of lucid dreaming.
Mm.
So that would be literally an example of being in a dream and knowing you're dreaming.
Right.
Lucid
Like this is
living.
Lucid living, yeah.
and that is the or the the unexplainable, the unnameable, the unknowable, all of it, however you want to characterize it. That dream within a dream within a dream that's uncontainable cannot be objectively recognized other than a dream, other than a story, or what appears to be happening, or whatever else you want to, try to, point to it with. So it's it's truly magnificent. In that,
Yeah, man. When the dream wakes up to the dream, it actually realizes itself. Something seems to realize itself.
yes,
No otherness. There is nothing beyond. There is no other. But but it's just a dream. It sounds strange, but
yes, yeah.
But there's still nobody waking up.
nobody waking up.
Right. There's the dream character waking up to another dream character, waking
No.
up to another dream
Ah,
character.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's
Well,
like
like those
none of,
Russian dolls,
yeah.
there's a smaller one inside
Yeah.
until you get to the last one and there's nothing inside.
Right.
But then you wake up and there's another one in there. Who the hell put another one? I
Right.
thought I took them all away, but suddenly there appears another one. Every day I go there, try to empty the egg, but someone puts another egg.
Yeah.
It's never
I like Sandeep said the other day, he said, well, what we're doing here is, we're, appearing to point to the moon, say. And I said, that's the funniest thing, to say that. It's, that's all, you really can do is kind of point to what may be alluded to. And that's the most amazing thing. And the most beautiful thing is when somebody follows that trajectory within the dream, where you're pointing with your finger, somebody follows that trajectory and finds the moon. And I said, and every now and again that appears to happen, and it's amazing. And he said, and Sandeep said, yeah, the most amazing thing is that the person gets to the moon and realizes there is no moon. It's much like the same thing with the dream within a dream. You wake up to the dream and realize there is nothing but the dream. And there is no moon. Ultimately, there is no teacher, there is no student, there's nobody pointing. All of that is just a story about trying to find a truth in which does not exist. There is no moon. So
what a crazy world, man.
it's so weird. It is. It's yeah. Yeah.
And the funny thing is that it cannot be in another way.
Yes.
It cannot be. It's just the way it has to be. If that means anything, I don't know.
Oh, it absolutely means that. Yeah, I totally get that. I agree. It cannot be any other way. It, it's so paradoxical to talk about. Care to elaborate on that? that it cannot be any other way?
Yeah, I would say that the ground is the lack of ground. That's the ground.
Yes, yes, yes. I agree. The foundation is the foundationless.
Yeah.
Or the foundationlessness of it is the foundation. Mm.
It's amazing. It's
I
amazing.
love it so much, man.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful, dude. How about you? You want to add to the blah blah here, Raji?
It's blah 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 blind. Blah 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 blind.
Come on, join in the blah blah. It's fun.
Rajiv, how was your Tony Parsons meeting?
It was great.
Did he say anything new?
He only said blah blah blah.
So he didn't bring anything new to this world.
Except the blah blah blah.
Yeah. The blah 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 blah. Yeah. He's great, man. Tony Parsons is great. I like it. I don't know. It gave me the willies at first when he said the beloved. I was like, ew. The beloved.
The perfect lover. It's the
I am not
perfect
very
lover.
fond. I am not
You're not very fond?
Of the beloved? No, I like the pointer, but just calling it the beloved, I was like, ew. I don't know why. It just kind of, it's just a little, I don't know. Everybody's got their own word for it, though. I think Tony Parsons is amazing. I love his stuff.
I don't know him very much.
So you don't
It's
know
just a
Tony Parsons?
Very
poetic.
little, very little. I have seen quotes and a little bit of stuff here and there. I think he would very much agree with us. He's a groundless dude, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, he says that he calls like immediate experience or what is on, he would call the beloved. What appears to be on or what appears to be immediate experience or what appears to be this here and now. That unnameable isness or whatever you want to say. Yeah, he calls it the beloved, much like, I guess it's his take of, it's unconditional love.
Yeah, I can get that. Because definitely the heart plays a game in this. Oh, I meant the heart has a place in this game.
I think it alludes to, and I might be wrong, but I think like unconditional love alludes to the story of the individual that cannot choose who they love. Like I cannot, you don't choose who you love who you love, and that's it. And all your friends and family and everybody could be saying, why do you love that person, or how do you, how could you, this and that, and it means nothing. Your heart loves what it loves unconditionally, and you have no option. It is what it is.
Yeah, and I think not being fettered by the game of thinking is already what love is. The moment that the fetters of thinking and conceptualization fall off, are seen through, I think you are left with a kind of love. Yeah, love is a bit dramatic, right? But you are left with a lightedness, like Paul Hederman likes to say. You travel really lighter when the fetters of thought are not there.
Yes. Well, it's much like, for me now, within the story is that, or within the dream is that, uh, you know that there is no controller, there is no doer, and what appears to be happening, can have nothing to do with what you want or don't want, and what you desire or don't desire. So what is appearing to happen is an individual in time and space aware of other, yet that is not what is. What is.
The dreaming.
So yeah, so I was just reading Arthur's comment. But yes, so what you have is a matter of the heart. It's not of the mind. The matter of the heart is that it is as it is, and even when it's ugly, even when it's brutal, even when you're not comfortable or happy or in pain, there's illness, there's all kinds of suffering, all of that, still you realize that this has nothing to do with the appearance of an individual in time and space. It simply appears to be the story of this. And so you have no choice in that it is as it is, regardless of personal wants or needs or desires, much
And
like
that's
love.
and that's what makes thought stop, right?
Yes.
You suddenly catch the thinking process without pants.
Let me see what Arthur asked a question earlier. Let me see.
I think it's a statement.
Oh, was it? What did he say?
Well, you can read it. It's about what's between the 0 and the 1, the space between.
Okay. All right. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know. I missed it. I'll look at it later.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, read it for me, could you?
If that'll be helpful, maybe you can comment on it.
Sure.
It says earlier there was talk of as soon as counting begins, there is the implication of 0, but what about the space between 0 and the number 1? For me, that gives a sense of this mystery we call reality, appearance, life. That space is completely unknowable, and yet as if a movement of coming into knowing.
Can you read it one more time, man? I'm sorry.
Sure, I'm going to go for it. Earlier, because that's why I said it's not really a question, but earlier there was talk of as soon as counting begins, there's the implication of 0. But what about the space between 0 and number 1? For me, that gives a sense of this mystery we call reality, appearance, life. That space is completely unknowable, and yet as if a movement of coming into knowing.
Yes, that's. I think we're alluding to not to, in that not to has nothing to do with numbers. So 0 or 1 having to do with something or nothing, as an analogy, something or nothing. It's both, in that there is no 0 or 1. It's not 2. And so, yeah, to say that it's 1, or to say that it's nothing, or to say that it's an infinite, is to bring numbers into it, which is the concept of separation, measuring separation.
But he says something meaningful in the end of the text. And yet, as if a movement of coming into knowing, as if a movement of coming into knowing. That's smart, because we all tend to know, but it's just as if.
As if.
Right?
Yes. There's an appearance of coming into knowing.
Yeah.
There's always that, well, I guess it's called a duality.
Arthur says yes, Gio.
There's that, you know, going through life as a person, even though there's a knowing I'm not a person. So there's always that sort of, what do you call that? It's like staring you in the face.
The dream within a dream.
Both
The
are
story within
happening,
a story.
mutually arising all the time. The non-duality and the appearance and what's under seems to be underlying that, you know, the overlaid, the relative overlaid onto the absolute.
Well,
Yeah, I am not free of that yet. I'm not pretty well convinced that somehow the idea of a screen, right? Like the TV screen, that there is only the screen and the dramas and the stories are just pixels lighting up and going on and off. And that makes up the story. But all there is the screen. Is there not the screen?
I mean, that's just an analogy,
Yes.
but the screen is often equated to awareness, I think.
Yeah.
The
yes.
screen is awareness. So I say the screen, what's on the screen, what's watching the screen, what's projecting the movie, the projector itself, the projection, the light. If you're sitting in the theater, like, so the person, the person's in the theater, what they're looking at, the process of the looking, this whole, all of it is the unknowable, doing all of it. You know, sometimes they'll say playing all the parts.
Yeah.
You know, the absolute is interacting, apparently interacting with the absolute. All this is the absolute. I don't even use that word absolute, but it's coming out of my mouth right now for whatever reason. But it's there's nothing that's not it.
It's absolute.
That's
Why
right.
not?
It's absolute. So I don't know. So when you to grab onto the screen, that's it.
No,
You
but
know,
you see,
it's like it's there's nothing that's not it.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
I think that when we are somehow contracted into the dream, we tend to speak about the screen. But when we are the screen, actually, there is no screen to talk about, right? When all there is the screen, there is no way to talk about the screen.
Mhm. Yes.
It's just the screen, and the screen seems to modulate into stories and time and space, but it's just the screen. Just the screen.
Mm.
Only when I fall into this drama of the story projected on the screen that I start talking about the screen. When I wake up, there is only the screen. Is this still a duality? If I am the screen and there is all these stories going on as me, the screen.
Well, kind of, I think the screen is much like the character in a book, or this like say a still shot, a Polaroid. Say existence as we know it, paradoxically, is the totality of existence is a still shot in a Polaroid. Say the three of us are sitting there looking at the camera, and the camera takes the picture, and we are that still shot. Our entire existence is that shot. Okay. Now, if you look at the picture, okay, you can't really say all there is the picture because you're outside of the picture. So you can't say one way or another. Same thing with the screen. In a movie, like you could say there's a solipsist would say projection. The projector is what's happening. And, you know, I mean, you could say that what appears to be everything is on the screen and not separate and kind of a dance of light. Yes,
Yeah.
we are characters in that way. We are those people in
Yeah.
that still shot. But is it the totality of existence? I have to say that in an analogy, maybe, but as far as what is, it can't be. Let's say, for example, I'm a character in a movie, and suddenly I leave the movie, go outside of the theater, and
No, 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 no. You cannot say you are extrapolating the analogy.
right.
If you are a character in the movie, you cannot step outside of the screen.
Yes.
I mean, how can a character on the screen step outside of the screen and have popcorn? No.
Well, that would be that would be analogous to the Enlightenment story, in that there's an individual that leaves the character, that whatever the screen is displaying as reality, time and space, matter and motion, everything is already the movie, right? The
Yes.
character is already the movie. But let's say, just for the sake of paradox, that the character can leave the movie and come into and go to the snack bar and get some popcorn and actually start watching it with other people in the audience. Now, now check it out. So this character that has been on a 2D screen, okay, and everything that it knows about dimensionality and scale and everything that it thinks has already been written. It's just a reoccurring movie. So it realizes that I'm just a character in a movie that's already been written, and everything that I know to be real is just a character in a dream-like movie. It's a fiction.
Yeah.
And yet that is all I can be. This it's all it can only be exactly as it is. Me as a character can only be the way I am. But then the character goes back into the movie and then tries to explain to the other characters in the movie that this is just a screen, this is just a movie, and can't, because their dialogue is already written, their character is already complete as it is, and cannot deviate from that story, nor can the characters that it's talking to understand what another character would say if it deviated from the script. So it's that paradoxical in that regard, in that you suddenly.
No, but I would improve your story, your analogy, and say that the character on one character in the projection wakes up and he now is the screen.
Yes.
He looks at the dramas, he looks at the stories, and the screen itself condenses itself back into a character and tries to explain to other characters that they are just the screen. It's very similar to what you are saying, right? Just that it is the screen itself that contracts itself back into this drama and starts telling the other characters in the movie that they are not the characters, that they are the screen, and they just can't understand that.
And so that's kind of like what you were saying with the empty space becoming.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Huh.
Yes, because the screen is the empty space, the non-dimensional empty space, right? Yeah. Yeah. Because there is this dimensional space that is like it's not living, it's inert. But there is this screen, this other space, right? that has, no, it did not awake. It was never dreaming. It's funny because the screen never was dreaming. The screen had he wakes up from being a character in the screen to being the screen itself, to being the space itself.
So everything is what the individual thought they were, but also everything that appears to be other essentially becomes not two. It's essentially the space becomes the story, you know, so it's both empty
Yeah.
space and what appears to be
Yes.
things.
Yes.
Interesting.
I think it was Jesus who said, if you cannot make from the two eyes one, you cannot come with me to heaven. The two eyes are, one eye is the character in the screen, and the other eye is the screen itself. You must make both eyes one.
That's interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, that's kind of, that's definitely paradoxical. It's as paradoxical as a character leaving the screen in that.
It's the living paradox.
Yes. The living paradox.
Yes.
It's kind of like trying to explain just this, in that you are the empty space as well as the individual, and all of it is simply the screen, but there's nothing outside of the screen and nothing projecting the images that appear to be reality. Even the empty spaces are the same as the full spaces. There's just lights flickering on and off. And so, but there's no actual projection. There's nothing actually creating the story. The screen itself simply is.
Yes.
And everything is within it.
Yes.
Interesting.
It's like if you take a space of subatomic particles.
Right.
Right? A space of subatomic particles. Everything is made out of atoms. So this field of subatomic particles and the objects and events happening as it are not two.
Yes.
Except that this space that we are talking about is the most subtle. It's the subtlest substance ever possible. And it is unborn, and it has always been as it is.
Could it be that, let's take a character in a book. A character in a book would see the story of the book itself as eternal. It has always been in regards to that character's experience of reality. And so the character cannot see beyond its own nature. It cannot see beyond the book.
Yeah. The character in the book can never ever wake up and come out from the book.
Right.
As the character.
Right. Like the character leaves the book and starts talking to the person that's reading the book.
Yeah,
you know, in that dimension, and then goes back into the book and tries to explain that there are other dimensions. It's impossible to do, and that's
because the reality of the dramas is the screen. the reality of the dramas, the reality of the stories is the screen itself. There is no other substance. There is no other reality but the screen, but the space, right?
Yes.
All these characters happening in the space are borrowing reality as if it were themselves real, but they are not real. They're borrowing the reality of the space.
Mm. I like it. It kind of, in a way, not exactly, but kind of reminds me of David Bohm and his analogy in that he became a quantum physicist, and he's looking at the stars, and it occurs to him that the stars, or the appearance of individuals and things, are the perturbance in what is. In that what is the space between the objects. It's not exactly what you're saying, but
No, it is, but I am including the objects.
including the objects. Right?
Yeah, the objects are a modulation. By the way, David Bohm was a teacher here in Brazil in the university that I frequented.
I love that guy.
He was teaching physics in Universidade de São Paulo.
That was before he went on to before he went to England and met KD or KJ.
I don't know because it was a generation before mine, so I would have to look it up.
Well,
when did he meet JK?
JK. Yeah, I think he met. He left America because of the. They were going to arrest him for being a communist, because he was trying to get in the Alamos, Santa Alamos, the nuclear bomb project.
Oh yeah, right.
And
right.
Einstein said, tried to get him in, but when they looked at it, he had gone to a single communist meeting, and they asked him why, and he said, "Well, I wanted to see what they were talking about. I couldn't figure out exactly what they were saying, so I paid the $35 and went to one meeting and asked them, what do you mean exactly by communism? How is this supposed to work?" And they explained it to him, and he never went back. He said he got the information he was looking for and never went back. But because he paid dues to the Communist Party to the tune of $35 and went to one meeting because he wanted to know what they were talking about, they said that he had communist ties. And not only now, Einstein was the one that told him, "You got to get out of town right now. They're going to arrest you," because he was trying to get a job at the Alamos. And
right. No, I just occurred to me that I think he was a teacher in São Paulo in the early 60s.
Right. And so when he left America, I think he went to Argentina first, and then to Brazil, and then and that's where he started teaching in Brazil, and then eventually got access to England. That's where he met JK, and then JK brought him back to California, and he was able to come back. That was years after the fact. And then it turned out that he was right about the movements of quantum particles within it was before that they knew that you could not know the trajectory of a particle plus its velocity or position. You could either know its trajectory and velocity or its position. Or you can know its velocity and position, but not its trajectory. You can never know all of it at once. And he had this diagram that he had made up showing how it works. And everybody laughed him out. Everybody said he's crazy, this and that. And then all that stuff happened with communism. He got kicked out of the country. And 30 years later, when he came back, they realized he was right. And everything, it moved exactly the way he had proposed it would. And I always found David Bohm beautiful because
I have listened to all his talks with JK.
Yes.
I have all the videos and I have watched them, all of them.
Yeah, me too. I can't say I listen to all of them, but I listen to at least, I mean, over 50, 60 hours. And the reason why I did that is because a friend of mine, a friend of mine said, you always say existence does and does not exist. And he goes, what would JK say about something like that? Or what would David Baum say something about? What would, you know, any of these speakers say? And I said, I guarantee you that JK and David Baum say that existence does and does not exist. And he said, oh, you're crazy. So I just got, you know, I just got single tracked and decided to listen. And they got right up on it so many times.
So many times.
So many times they got right on it.
I remember one specific dialogue. It was between JK, David Bohm, and David Scheinberg, a psychiatrist.
Nice.
And they have been discussing about this stuff. And right in the end of the last dialogue, when David Scheinberg would say, are you all listening to this? Are you all understanding this? And JK said, what do you mean, are you all? There is only that. That was his last statement in this dialogue. There is no all of us, there is only that.
Yeah.
It was one of the very few times that he talked about the ground.
Or the screen.
The screen.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi.
Hey, Jesse, I didn't think you were going to show.
What do you have to say about all this?
I got the end of the conversation. I like Bohm. And in fact, he says that there is the wave function could be expressed as underlying reality. Like the particle is not the reality itself, but the wave is the underlying reality. And I know, I think he says that that is consciousness itself. I never heard about death and talks with JK, but I like Bob.
It was beautiful. Yeah, I remember I had listened to just, I don't know how many hours in this 1 week. And I kept saying, you know, Justin was saying, oh, just give it up, just give it up. And I said, no, they're so close. They're right now. They're so close. They've come, the first tape, you know, they just the first thing, they almost had it, but kept coming back. And then it was so funny that Justin was actually going, okay, come on, give it up. When they finally said it, I was like, no, they're so close. They're going to say it. I know it. And sure enough, David Baum said, we have to come to the conclusion conclusion that existence does and does not exist. And there's silence. And JK says, yeah, yes. And he goes, so we're in agreement. Existence does and does not exist. And JK said, yes, it has. I mean, that's the only way to say it. And I was so happy because, you know, for some reason, I knew that they were going to say it. And, you know, I had spent so much time listening to it. And it was just classic that my friend that was, you know, busted my chops the whole time was there when I said, now here, now, you know, I passed the link around and everybody that was telling me I was crazy and then quoting JK and David Baum, I was saying, they're saying the same thing I'm saying. It was beautiful, but, you know.
There is another dialogue from the series, The Ending of Time, where they discuss how could truth influence or relate to reality. They call reality the dream, and truth whatever is, if there is beyond the dream, the screen, right? So they were discussing how can the screen influence or relate to the dramas of the stories on the screen.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Yes, but in fact, is and is not simultaneously is duality. Just to refer that. I don't argue on that because we try to put the things as we, so it's easy to grasp and understand. Therefore, we say it is and it is not existing.
Right.
Which from my from my perspective cannot be put in that way, cannot
Right.
be dual. It is
Yeah.
just the way we try to fit something which is not, which is impersonal, which is not physical. We try to put it in a way to grasp it.
In
And
time.
Exactly, and we give it qualities, properties, if you like, so it can fit to our understanding.
In
But
space and time.
Exactly, this understanding is dual.
Yes.
So because the topic is non-duality, I would say that existing and not existing simultaneously is duality.
I agree.
I don't know if you like it or not, but it's
No,
fact.
I agree. It's just a way of expressing something that is it not.
No, it's not the way of expressing. This is the way we try to put it in the frame. Otherwise, cannot be understood because it is not logical.
No, it
The
is
mind
not logical.
we cannot grasp it. Therefore, duality comes.
Well,
It's not the word. This is us who try to do that. That's what I mean. We are trying. We are dual. We can speak infinitely of non-duality, but we try to put non-duality in dualism.
it's because you think you think. You think that
We all,
you think you exist, and therefore everything seems dual. Because you
no,
are,
no. I just say that this statement of existence and non-existence is dual. That's what I'm saying. It's not what I'm thinking and what I'm believing.
But Jesse, look, it's not difficult to put that in words. I would put it this way. Phenomena exist in the sense that we are dealing with it. I can type in the keyboard, I can grapple with the screen. So in this way they exist, but they don't exist as they seem to exist.
existence, right? Yes. Yes.
So in this sense, they don't exist as they look like, as they seem to exist, but they don't exist otherwise either.
How do you know that? How you came to the conclusion? What was your first big experience of it?
I don't seem to have had any big epiphany. You mean right now in this moment?
No. Forget about the moment. And I don't argue. I just give you some pointers, guys, because sometimes I think you just don't know what non-duality is. You cannot put non-duality in dualism without a direct experience which some people call like realization, blah, blah, whatever.
Right,
The
right.
point is like, if it's a intellectual clue or conclusion, it is not non-duality. You cannot put it in the, yeah, we can talk, of course, I understand. I just want to exactly this. How did you came to the conclusion that the things, the phenomena are just appearances?
That's a good question. Well,
That's a great question.
The way I came to this conclusion is that everything that we perceive comes to us through the senses and to the brain that processes them.
How do you know that? Next
No.
question.
No, let me finish.
Yeah, because
This is no. This is the first part. Your question is correct. I understood. I knew it would come. It's two parts. The first part, I concede that there are senses and I concede that there is a brain. So everything that we that we perceive comes to us through the senses and is processed in a brain. This is the part that you realize that there is nothing as it looked like.
How do you know that you have a brain then?
That's the second part. The second part is that the very brain is also brain made. So that's the second part, that things are not what they look like, but they are not otherwise either.
How do you know that?
Because there is no brain either.
How did you experience the no brain?
How?
How did you experience the no brain?
Jesse, are you your brain?
I'm here to mock you guys, to wake you up. How did you?
Are you your brain?
No, don't be now defensive.
No, Miss
I just asked a question. You cannot answer the question.
That's what you're
I'm glad you're here, Jesse. You're just really live.
Okay, let me try. Let me try now.
Now we're moving.
I can't drop the ball.
I'm here to kick butt and take names.
Now let me try.
I love that energy.
Let me try. We perceive things. We perceive things.
We know that.
And then suddenly comes the interpretation.
How?
The interpretation is like an echo in the brain.
What?
A functioning.
Echo. Yes. Yeah.
Right?
Echo. No, my English echo, it's that is seen, that is heard sound. Yeah.
Yes. In the first moment, we perceive directly. And in the second moment, the brain, the mind brings up stories about what we have perceived just a few seconds ago.
Exactly, we know.
Right?
But how do you know this?
Because I can see the brain doing it. I am looking at the brain doing it. If I look and just perceive without the brain movements, without the interpretation, I'm looking directly at perceptions, at things without any brain, without any mind. And suddenly the brain comes in and says, this is it, that is that, this is so, that other one is so, right?
Yes, but you have already assumed that there is a brain.
No, I'm not even calling it a brain. I just see a reinterpretation of perceptions. Because if I look at all this timelessly, no time, I know nothing.
No, I'll tell you what you're doing now. And what we all are doing. I'm not saying that I'm an exception. I'm not an exception. When I say you, I mean me as well. All we are doing now is try to philosophize through knowledge. Knowledge. But the direct experience, in fact, is not the perceivable knowledge, but experiential knowledge, which is in a level, I would call it vibrational, even if the vibration do not exist, in fact, because it's not material. I mean, when I say exist, it's not material. So those ripple that creates our thoughts,
Hang on one second, Jesse.
interpret like a thought, comes from already from knowledge, from an assumption.
Do
You
you
have
exist?
already assumed that.
Do you exist, Jesse?
Why not?
Okay, so you assume your existence.
Yeah, exactly as you
Okay.
assume that you don't exist.
Well, I
I
can tell
mean,
you why.
Those are same concepts, what I'm trying to give you as a pointer.
You exist in time and space.
I can do whatever I like. I can think whatever I like,
Do you think?
even if it's not true.
Do you think?
I perceive myself, I identify myself with the body, and I have experiences which are fully awareness without any identification
Okay.
with the body. And there is some kind of a conflict. That's the duality we experience, Howard.
Okay. So you are your mind and your body.
No, they do not belong to me, since there is no this identification with that.
So are you your
Is
thought?
what I'm trying to tell you, or you just try to defend your own statement?
No. I'm asking you if you exist. You said yes, right?
I said, yes, I exist. I perceive myself. In the moment I do not identify myself with the body, I'm still aware of the body.
Yes,
So
And
who is the self?
but
Who-
that's
You
not
are
the
not
self.
your. Yeah, that's
Not the self.
Who is the self? We can
no
philosophize.
one. No, it's not philosophy. Let me explain it.
Yeah.
It's not
Yes,
philosophy.
Howard. You just don't want to accept that.
No,
That's the
but
Except what?
Jesse, your body and
You
mind
don't
is
want
not
to
yourself.
guys, you
Not
don't want
yourself.
to accept that you, in the moment, just you just interpretate your own knowledge through your understanding. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong.
It's a
Because
feedback
I do
loop
agree
is
that
what
there
you're
is
saying.
no time
Yeah.
space. Pardon?
I just said it's a feedback loop. It's a self-confirming thing that goes around in a circle.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is that is through some kind of knowledge, what we try to say. This
There is no knowledge,
like the
though.
concept.
Yeah, but there's
Then
no knowledge.
you cannot know if you are a brain or not.
Right. Exactly.
Can I just want to understand, I feel like I sense there's some disagreement here. I'm trying to, so
No,
if
no,
I can
no.
just ask Jesse, so what are you saying that you find, what is it that you find maybe objectionable or that you think is not in line with what you view, the way
Well,
you view it?
No, guys, it's not a view. Of course, I'm talking from perspective. What I'm trying to say is that it is already an assumption. We cannot say that there is no existence because we have never experienced non-existence. We can only experience non-identification. That's what I mean. I'm not saying that there is a separate existing brain.
Who experiences identification?
Oh, that's something that I wish I could explain why and how and
The
who.
screen.
So it's just, so let me just,
that I
so,
identify myself and I experience this body. I
but
can
that's
say
just
that.
apparently, that's just what's happening, right?
Yes, that, no. From my perspective, nothing of this is happening. This is
What's,
illusion, an illusionary hallucination.
yes, for nobody.
That's what's
That-
happening.
Exactly. But what I'm saying that all this stuff comes from already assumption.
Yes.
Yes,
It appears to,
So
yes.
that is duality.
Yes.
If it comes from assumption, from conclusion, from intellectual point, it's
It appears
already
to.
duality. Yeah.
See,
I
Yes.
agree.
appears to.
UG used to say that. He'd say all your questions are coming from the answers that you already have.
Yeah. The question
You
is
know.
the answer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is dual. Like it or not, this is duality.
Yeah, it appears to be, yes.
Yeah.
If you believe that you are a self aware of something other than yourself, then
How
yes.
do you came to the conclusion that you are not?
Okay, let me explain it. Okay.
Yes.
Let me explain it. You asked, let me say it. Are you the object of your
No,
brain?
no. I wait for an answer.
Listen,
I don't wait
just
for a question.
answer the question. Are you the object of your brain? Is
Oh
the
my
self
God.
the brain?
No. You answer
Okay.
the
No.
question.
If you are not your brain,
I'll tell
okay.
you.
Listen, Jesse, please.
I
Gosh.
do not belong to brain, and brain do not belongs to me.
Okay, so does the self have anything to
I
do
have
with
never
knowledge?
experienced brain.
Does
I
the
have-
self have anything to do with knowledge?
Oh my God.
Does the
How
self have anything to do
Do
with
you
knowledge?
understand what I asked before? Because you cannot validate your statement.
Listen and answer the question. Does the self have anything to do with knowledge?
Define knowledge.
I can't. I'm
Why?
not my brain. Because I
how
don't
you
exist.
that there is no knowledge if you cannot define this?
Well, because if I am not my brain,
How
then
can
I am
you?
not. Listen, if I am not my brain, then I am not the culmination of my brain, which would be my mind.
Then
My
what
mind, my mind, okay, is telling a story about a brain
Your
to
mind.
a self that
Your
has
mind.
no, yet the appearance of the mind that comes derivative of the brain. But your mind, meaning your thought, is not attached to any source. And therefore, the idea or the notion or the acceptance or rejection of a self is in fact tetherless and it's unknowable, undoable. There is no self that knows something in order to say the self is knowledgeable. To say that I know something would have to have something to do with the objective truth of the source of my thought, which I have not. Therefore, there is no self. There is no knowledge.
No objective truth.
There is no awareness. There is no duality. There just is what appears to be happening.
Yes, I know that all this is an appearance. But what I want to say that you have already came to that through knowledge, talking with people, taking ideas, storage, because you said your mind, you have already took
your mind, meaning what appears to be the self's mind.
Yeah, you have already taken a position as a separate.
But see, you're assuming self again. See, you're assuming that a self exists and that could know something.
I assume that I asked you to validate me your statement, and you cannot answer.
Okay.
You just asking me questions.
Yeah.
cannot answer me. You
Okay.
only can answer me from where?
Ask.
From assumptions.
The assumption that there are 2 points in time and space actually exchanging information.
Yes, you assume that there is no you. Other can assume that there is me.
I just told you why though, and you're not able to, you know, I mean, you're just not getting it. The reality of the situation is that you are not your brain. You are not your mind. You are not your thought. Therefore, you is subjective to the story that you are a culmination of those things, that you are an independent object, consciously aware of other things in time and space, is the assumption, for lack of a better term, paradoxically, that there is a self here that knows something, but that cannot be valid. There is no knowledge, because
I'm saying that the self and non-self, through intellectual analyze, is the same perspective.
Right. Yes, it's just a pointer.
Yes, what I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to say that you are wrong or I am right, but you take a position to defend yourself through offense. That's all that is going on. I'm seeing it because the validation can only come from experiential level, cannot come through analysis. Because if you analyze, you have to assume that you have a mind and brain. As you said, my mind.
Can I interject?
Go ahead, please, Walter.
I'm telling you.
No, I enjoy it. I think what you're saying. I just I'm sensing a little something with you and Howard. I can't figure it out. I'm trying to.
Well, I've known Jessie now for years, and she is, you know, basically been saying the same thing now for 3 years. And so it's kind of like
And I'm trying to figure it out, and nobody's actually saying what I'm saying.
Right.
I mean, are you talking about that you should know it through direct experience versus knowledge? Is that right?
Yes.
So
what I'm trying to say is the direct experience.
Yes, tell me about your direct experience.
Well, I can tell you that there is an experience in which there is no identification with the body, but there is awareness of the body. And in that moment, there is no any question if I exist or not.
Yes.
There is no question. Just later, I want to understand what happened. And then I come to the conclusion that there is no self as the body, but whatever is going on as appearance is in me, which is not the body, but it's still awareness, which is awareness of the body as well. The body doesn't disappear. You are aware, but the identity somehow is lost. And yet, like direct experience would be to know really what is going on. You don't need to identify yourself. That's what is going on. Everything else is an assumption. If I say that this is, I am the brain, believe me, I have never experienced my brain, never touch it, never smell it, never perceive my brain. I can say that there is a brain only because of the knowledge I have from the external world that tells me that I have a brain.
That sounds right to me.
That's all what I'm saying.
I myself like agreeing with everything Howard says. I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. and I'm trying to find somewhere in between where there seems to be friction. I can't find it.
Howard cannot understand that I actually agree with him. I actually agree with him. Just I don't lose the word self as the body mind.
No, see, from what I understand, your position essentially is that experience must exist in order to negate it, right?
Yes, the experience exists, and I'm talking from experience.
Yes.
Not
So experience exists in order. Experience must exist in order to negate it. That is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
So Jesse, you would agree with the real and unreal?
I would say actually that there is like for example, you have to separate quantum from relative, which is impossible. How to separate real from unreal? What is the real? The whole experience? For example, for example, what is the whole experience? If not awareness of it, you have no another experience like perception.
I think Gio was calling it the screen. I think you might be alluding to that.
Yes, and people used to say that the relative is the absolute and the absolute is the relative. There is no intrinsic basic difference.
Well, yes, somehow, because if when there is no question, any question in your mind, I again say your mind, because this is kind of common phrase, you know?
Right.
When there is no the question where this is happens, there is no question who am I? This is just relaxed state and everything, whatever, if it's appears, there is no question if it's real or not. In actuality, when you try only to grasp and understand what is going on, which happened very quick, it goes like the story of what is going to happen, what is happening. In fact, none of those is happening.
Yeah, well, to talk about what is real and what is not real, we would have to define what we mean by reality.
Exactly.
And what is, makes no sense.
Yes, and I didn't like to attack you. Don't get me wrong.
No,
I just to
of course
prove
not.
to you that everything, when we speak about brain and perception, is only what we have heard, know, etc. The reality is the experience itself, without naming, without
Yeah, you
questioning.
see, Jesse, we were just before you came in, we were talking about the screen of a TV and the stories and the dramas that happen on the screen. What you are describing is the screen. The screen does not have any stories, does not participate in dramas, does not try to explain anything, because all these things are happening as blips in pixels on the screen. The screen is just a screen.
Yeah, but the direct experience, it's all of those,
Yeah,
without any, how to explain?
it's just the
Without,
screen.
yeah, without any question, without
No,
just happening. And in that,
the screen is aware of all these stories, all these explanations, all these attempts to define, all these attempts to be someone or not to be someone. It's just the screen.
yes, and it's somehow, if I could say like neutral,
Yeah,
I wouldn't say passive. I wouldn't say that it separates itself.
No, how can the screen separate itself from the
Exactly.
images on the screen? They
Yeah.
are the screen.
Yeah, therefore, the statement, I am the brain, or the statement, I am not the brain, are
Or
the
stories. They are
are-
all stories.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. That self or non-self,
All stories.
somehow yes, somehow illusion.
Would you
That's
say
what
yes?
I-
Would you say yes and no, Jesse?
Pardon?
Would you say yes and no, as in
No.
it does?
No, I don't put these things together because they don't exist in I would say the reality. In reality, they exist and non-exist simultaneously.
Mhm.
There is no doubt, I would say, there is no doubt if something is or is not. That's the point. The only we try to conceptualize it and we say exist and not exist. But there is a state that there is no such a thing like a question if it's real or not.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
yeah, I wish that you, when you say that there is no brain, I wish you say it from experience.
Well, that would require a self to experience it.
No, it don't. No, it doesn't require so. No,
Yeah. Yes.
because in that moment there is no the I which arise,
Yes,
and when the I arise, there is the awareness of this I which I am not.
I am and I am not.
The space where all this is happening is just laughing out loud. The space is saying, wow, my God,
My
how
point
many
was
dramas, how many stories. These
exactly.
people
Yeah.
are going crazy.
Yeah, right. Right. It's all funny. It's all
I
funny.
know it is difficult to, the sense of I wants. There is some kind of I want to be right. I want
Yeah.
them wrong. Maybe it happens now with me and I'm not aware of it. I wouldn't say that I'm totally right, because in this
The sense
moment
of that,
requires an imaginary self. Yeah.
do you get the sense that somebody wants to be right?
What?
Is that what you
Walter,
said?
you're breaking up. Walter, brother, you're breaking up your volume.
Let me go back to my headphones. Sorry. Hi, Jesse. I like when. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
A little better.
I'm sorry. Let me shut this thing off.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, there you go. It muddled you.
All right, there we go. I'm back on. No, I think the reason why I like this meeting is because I never get the impression that there's anybody in here who's trying to be right.
You cannot be right, because there is this outside of awareness.
Can you be wrong, Jesse?
It cannot be outside of our awareness, but there is this pattern that we follow. We follow a certain pattern and we start to believe that it is true.
So can you be
Who?
wrong?
Of course I can be wrong.
Okay.
Because we are now talking, I know from my experience that this is not true.
Yeah.
But I have experienced that. And later I tried to figure out and put it into the.
Well, what I meant by can you be wrong was, you said you can't be right. And I'm wondering, can
I
you
can
wrong?
be, I can or can be, who knows? Since I'm taking a position, there is already this false identity, which is the character trying to figure out and prove to others.
Okay, so the
What I'm saying.
character, so does the character think? Does the character know or experience things?
No, no,
Okay,
no.
so what is knowledge?
Folks,
Knowledge-
sorry, I have to go. Nice to have talked to you.
Thank you, Gio.
Nice to see you, buddy.
Bye. I hope
You
he's
see-
not going out because of me.
No, he does that it's about the same time every time. So what is knowledge? So if you see what I'm saying, if it's just a character, then that cannot know, and may or may not be right, then basically what it is a bird chirping in a tree. There's no real person here to
Yes.
say one thing is true or false.
Exactly. Yeah,
So,
because
okay, so that is where you get the appearance of an individual
Yes.
that thinks,
yes,
but it's not
but
true.
the individual is not thinking.
Right.
First of all,
There's no individual.
the thought is just appears
Yes.
from nowhere, literally from nowhere. You can
Yes.
believe that this come from here, but it's not true. And the I appears as well, along with, like, there could be a milliseconds difference, and the I just appears and takes the thought and say, I. It's like a breath. When you take a breath, it's the same thing which is happening. And I'm trying to put this into words.
It's hard to do.
Understood, otherwise you cannot understand. You can only experience that. But you're literally seeing, not with the eyes. You are seeing this thought arise and the I arise, and you are aware that this is not you from experience, not from perception, from experience.
Yes. Though, the thing about experience is it requires an experiencer and an experience.
No, it doesn't, because in that moment, you don't identify yourself with experiencer.
Okay.
The moment of trying to understand comes later. When you realize.
I agree with that. So you're talking about like what some people call a glimpse, perhaps.
Yes, a glimpse, which is still impermanent, which is like a glimpse, but it comes and go. It's not like full, but you cannot say even, because in this moment you don't have any experience of time. You cannot say that lasted for a minute, 5, 6. Later comes this trying to put things into a known pattern.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Well, yeah, because it took me a while after to try to figure it out and put it into a story. Yeah. And then
Exactly.
people want you to tell your story, and it's like you roll your eyes and you say, okay, here you go. But it has no significance, because the glimpse, or whatever it is, some call it liberation, is the seeing that it's always been.
Yeah.
It never not was.
That's what I'm saying, that this is
and that nothing
reality.
changed.
Yeah, but that is the reality. Therefore, if Howard asks, I am not my brain, I never experienced the brain. The only I have experienced is those sensations along with the sensation of I. But if the I disappears, it means, yes, it's impermanent and false.
Yes.
So
And
I am
impersonal. And so none of these experiences are happening to me.
yeah, it's not happening to you. There is no you in that particular moment. The you comes with the thought of, wow, what was that? And this, you know, excitement, wow, it was because the
But there
experience,
was never an end parentheses.
what
It's
is
an
this?
open a parentheses. In other words, say you're going along, me, and then you have this space, this like
Boom.
this, parentheses. And within that, there's no you. So then
No,
after this, on the other side of it, you come back. And you, somehow you're aware that there was a period of time where there was no you. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that last one never was put on there. And it was just, it never went back to the way it was before in terms of a contracted sense of being a separate individual.
no, I would say that,
I never returned to the same way of seeing life in the world.
of course, okay, the individual will change his perspective.
Perspective.
But what I'm trying to say that this is happening all the time because for awareness, there is no time. Therefore, it's eternal. Just we focus somehow to the knowable and we try to convince ourselves that this happened, this was true, this happened. So we try to put it like a real experience, but
Like
it was
this is
not
happening.
even an experience. It was not even an experience because there was not experiencer.
Right. So is this an experience?
I can say this was an experience, but only because of lack of words.
Lack of words. So there is
Yes.
no experience or experiencer in this.
Experiencer.
There is no experience.
The awareness of all of this is there. Is there. It cannot go anyway. And what I'm saying that this is what is, nothing else is true. Our perception, our senses are not true. That is just interpretation of it, of a possibility. What, oh, this is me. I am talking to Howard, but in this moment when I'm talking to Howard and trying to explain him my statement, there is already an identity. I cannot go out of it. I cannot say that the body talks from itself because I experience, like, you know, I experience this. In fact, this is not happening.
Right. So if it's not experienced, okay, and it's not happening, then does experience need to exist in order to negate this experience?
Well, it's there. And it doesn't
What is
change.
there? What is there?
The awareness of that. When you are aware of the appearance, when it's happening, you see that this is false. That's what I mean. You can see this is false, but when you come to the conclusion from knowledge, it's already an assumption. That's the difference.
So how do you know it?
Which one? What? How do I know? What
How do
I'm
you know
talking?
what you're saying?
Because I know what I'm saying.
Ah.
I told you I have already. I'm telling you, I have already taken a position as a separate self, trying to explain to Howard.
So how do you know?
None of this is happening.
Okay, so you don't know, and there is no self.
No, I never say that I don't know. I
So you
say,
do know.
if you want to talk about knowledge,
So you do know things.
I know everything.
Hey, Walter.
Yes,
Do you see what I'm talking about, brother?
I'm enjoying this so much.
She's beautiful. I love her.
I'm so glad Jesse's here.
She's
It's
amazing.
like
It's incredible.
it really breathes a lot of life into this
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah. Well,
What I mean is that I know everything. Whatever appears, I already have structured it. I have already assumed it. I have.
So do I know
already
everything?
Wait, I have already created a Howard Chance made of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood are made of molecules. The molecules are made of particles and waves and quarks, which are empty. Do you understand that this is my knowledge? I already know that. It just appears as an image. That when you know the knowledge, just up. That's it. Up, like something that is known pops up like the image of Howard Chance, and I have a serious conversation with him. You already know this. You cannot experience something that you don't know. For example, tell me if I ask you to describe me an alien, you can only describe it in the way you know things. You cannot describe it as something you don't know. Tell me how the alien looks, how God looks. How do you know that there is a God? Because you have already structured this. There is a structure, and you look a particular pattern or possibility of it. So you can create a mental image. And from the mental image, you already believe that the wall is wall. You hallucinate all the time, and you perceive the hallucination. I'm not saying that this is the matter. The solid is solid. But I say that you have already structured it.
Who are you?
Again. I thought that we met before.
Well, see, well, that.
Yeah, I am.
What you're saying is beautiful, and yes, it does appear that way. It does appear that you are an individual that is figuring stuff out.
Exactly, it appears as knowledge.
Yes.
Because you have stuck with the appearance, which I agree. The knowledge is an appearance. But
right.
That is the whole of knowing, in which the knowledge appears as a possibility. If there is a potential, there is a possibility, Howard.
Okay.
This is, yeah.
Okay. I don't know, there's really no position to attack or defend on this because it doesn't, I'm not, it seems like the conceptual self appears to exist, and therefore what it appears to know seems to have some kind of relevance in what you want to believe as that conceptual self.
Exactly.
But it has no relevance insofar as what is from this perspective. But I don't, there's no perspective to have. So, whatever you want to think, like your identity doesn't exist, but your physical body does, but it's not your brain or your body. All of that stuff is the appearance of experience. And experience, you can say, is what apparently is happening. Though experience as a definition wouldn't be accurate, but we've spent 4 hours talking about things that we cannot define. So I'm not saying you're wrong or right. I'm saying that you appear to be saying things about knowledge and self and things of that nature, but it cannot be anything other than chirping. And we're all just making these assertions, but as they appear. Yet we cannot say, nobody can say what experience is, as in you can't tell me what is happening within your immediate experience if I gave you a million years. Right?
No.
And
The concept. I have to put it in the concept, which is already assumption. And what I'm saying is what you say or I say, your statement or my statement, when you try to put it in a context, it is already, boom, an illusion.
Right.
Therefore, self and non-self are illusion, because in this awareness, there is no a question or doubt if it's a self or non-self. It doesn't exist as we try to explain it. And what I wanted to ask you is, okay, if there is a dream, a character, who is the awakened then? No one.
It's a dream within a dream within a dream to the infinite.
Yes, therefore, if there is a simulation, it doesn't need a programmer, is what you say.
I'm saying there is no simulation, and no, there is no programmer. I don't know, this might be a simulation, but it does not matter insofar as a programmer is concerned. Because if the simulation had a program, right? And the programmer that made this simulation could also be in a simulation, and there would be another program for that apparent reality, and then on to the next programmer. So ultimately there has to be in that line of logic as like a simulation, that there has to be an ultimate thing that has nothing to do with programs or being programmed. So the simulation itself cannot be an answer to any question. It may very well be a simulation, but it doesn't answer anything, because ultimately there has to be a thing that's not a simulation and a reality within the context of that logic. So you have to assume that the program could be just infinite programs on top of them, but there could, you could also be saying that there is nothing but similarity or nothing but
but this is the same manner, the same is with the dream,
right? So there's no ultimate dream.
There must be an awakened one.
So
there must be a dreamer.
So exactly. So what you're saying is that the simulation could just be infinite simulations on top of simulations without an original reality in which to simulate.
I don't believe in simulation. I just say.
But it's the same premise. There is no dreamer. There is dreams within dreams without foundation. So this could be a simulation within a simulation without foundation.
The dreamer must be dreamt.
I'm sorry?
the dream must be dreamt, must come from a dreamer.
Hey, Coquila,
Hey,
how you doing? Hey,
I'm
Paul, I saw
good.
you join too. Thanks, man. How you doing, Coquila?
I'm doing well. I had to take care of the little one this morning, so
Well, I'm so glad you showed up. How you doing?
I know there's not much time left today.
Oh, as long as hey, we've got people talking, it's open.
Good, good. So, how are you doing?
Oh, Jesse and I are chewing over some dirt that we've probably chewed over a few times before. But
Oh, Jesse's there?
yeah, Jesse Wahab is here, and we're essentially talking about the necessity of experience in order to negate experience. And it becomes a kind of a game of, you know, what do you mean by experience? You know, what is the definition of experience? And, you know, things like that.
All right. Oh, yeah, I see Paul.
I'm
Hi,
losing
Paul.
you guys.
Walter. Hello, Jesse. I haven't met, but I know from the site. Hi. So,
I don't know. This is the interesting is like you cannot define it. I know what you, Howard, want to say, and I pretty understand. And if you remember, before I was saying like consciousness is illusion, but that was my logical assumption. From experiential point, consciousness do not disappear, cannot disappear as illusion. That's what I'm saying. Therefore, I totally agree that there is no brain separate and stuff like that. But consciousness cannot disappear.
Well, that's assuming that it exists, right? I mean, because as you said, you are not your brain or your body, right? Jesse?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're not your brain or your body, what is the culmination of a brain? What is the culmination of consciousness?
The culmination of the brain, let me tell you then, would you say that there are desires, fears,
There appear to
emotions
be, yes.
that appears in you?
There appears, as there appears to be a self here talking to you, yes, that conceptual self has these emotions,
that
yes.
is the body. That is the body. The culmination of all these, which are not, as we know, those are mental states, not material. The body is the expression of them, not of self, not of being, not of identity. But the body
So
is
if the body and the mind,
of desire,
right? So
desire, fear.
So if the body and the brain are not what is creating what you are saying is consciousness, what is consciousness?
I could say, I could compare it as a field in which
you could,
appear.
But you don't know that, right?
Well, I have never experienced unconsciousness.
Yes, you have.
No.
Do you dream?
Wait.
Do you sleep? Have you ever been in an operation?
Yes.
Okay. Are you in fact existing now?
Well, I tell you that I perceive it. I perceive.
But you are not your body or your brain.
Yeah.
So you're not the mechanism of the brain or the body, which would be consciousness. So what is it about consciousness?
My consciousness is for you, consciousness is a mechanism.
Well, it is derived from the physical brain of time and space, is it not?
Who told you? I'm saying the totally opposite.
I'm asking you what it is.
I'm saying that, oh my God. I'm saying that my brain, this body appears in consciousness, not that consciousness is derived from them.
So yes, consciousness creates physicality rather than physicality creating consciousness. That's what you're saying.
No, consciousness, no, consciousness do not create them. They just appear. Your body is a thought form.
So consciousness and what it appears to be observing simply appear, correct?
No, it is. It's not disappearing, never. When
So does
you
consciousness
under anesthesia, the only thing that you experience is in consciousness that you are going under anesthesia and then you are waking up.
Yes. Okay, but there is no you, right? That is the story of a you going in and out of consciousness, right?
It is said that under anesthesia, there is no experience, whatever. I have never experienced. I had a lot of surgeries in my life. And the only thing that appears is when I'm going under anesthesia and when I wake up. Right. I've never experienced unconsciousness.
Right. So you technically have never experienced consciousness either, because you are not, unless you could explain.
The appearance, look, the appearance appear in consciousness. The appearance of the body cannot appear in unconsciousness because there is no unconsciousness.
Right. So what you are saying is that you as a self do have some kind of valid material reality.
I
You are saying that you exist.
I say that the appearance of the body, which I perceive and identify, appears in consciousness, which is not my own. The consciousness is not attached to the body.
Is there a universal consciousness?
A hallucination that appears in the consciousness.
Okay, so are you saying about a universal consciousness? What is consciousness? So it's not yours, it's not universal. What is consciousness?
It's impersonal.
It's impersonal. Telling a story about a person, correct?
Well, it doesn't talk, by the way.
But what I'm saying is that consciousness is the appearance of an individual that is separate from what it's observing, right?
No, I'm saying that the individual that appears is a culmination of emotions, fears, because if there is no fear, desire, sensation, they wouldn't be a body. So those non-material things somehow express as a body through a body. And all this stuff appears in consciousness.
And creates the self.
No, it doesn't create. It doesn't. Consciousness is neutral. It doesn't create. It is a creator because everything happens in it, but it has no intention to create Howard chance. It just appearances seems to happen, but they had no solid foundation. The solidity is just a hallucination. Yeah.
So,
And
but from nowhere and nothing, like if it's not
who
universal
knows?
consciousness
Who knows? I
and
might
it's
be
not
wrong.
your consciousness, then it's the story of an individual.
The stories of an individual, the one who believes that is he, that
Yes.
thinks that he creates something. I create my words. Those are just appearances.
Right. So
I would
is there a physical self that is experiencing?
No.
It? Okay.
No, this is the appearance in consciousness.
So consciousness is the appearance. Right.
I said this appears in consciousness,
And
not
I am
consciousness
saying,
in it.
and I am saying the same thing, only the other way. This is the appearance of consciousness. Either way you want to say it, it is based in no objective truth, right?
Wait.
Excuse-
Truth can be objective.
Well, it's
but
not. If it's not your consciousness and it's not universal consciousness, and consciousness doesn't create anything, then the appearance of consciousness in the form of a self aware of other is a story, right?
Well, in fact, the consciousness is not the appearance. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, you're saying that consciousness
Consciousness
is the
is not
appearance.
the body. It's not the body itself.
I understand that. I understand that. Consciousness has no tether. What you're saying is that consciousness has no tether to any kind of reality, right? It just is.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so everything is within consciousness, right? You're saying that consciousness is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is consciousness, though not a creator, not a doer, not it doesn't actually, do any, it just creates this, or whatever you were saying, it just emerges as a story, right? It emerges as a story as what appears to be happening right now, right?
Wait, you connect consciousness with the body.
No.
They are the same.
No. There's no connection to any body, right? We've already established that. There's no connection to any consciousness to a physical body. Physicality appears within consciousness, right? That's what you were saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So if physicality appears within consciousness and consciousness has no, it doesn't do anything. It's not really, what you're saying is that consciousness is what appears.
Oh, you cannot understand that. Consciousness
is what
fundamental.
appears.
Okay, let's say that is fundamental.
Okay, so consciousness is fundamental. Consciousness is just what appears to be reality. Yet, now we get into what reality is. But in any case, so the appearance of reality to you is consciousness. Whereas what I am saying is what appears to be includes the expression of a consciousness within the illusion of separation, as a body thinks it's real and is experiencing something other than itself within time and space and all of that. So I am saying that none of what consciousness makes appear to be true is as it seems. So we are saying essentially the same thing. It's just tetherless.
Different words.
Right. See, so it's not that everything is within some tetherless, unknowable consciousness. It's that the unknowable, tetherless, what appears to be happening, not happening in this immediate experience, it contains consciousness. It contains what appears to be the you and the me and Walter and Kokila and Arthur, and we're all essentially appearing to be individuals that think and are conscious, but within the same tetherless agreement, say, for lack of a better understanding, that it doesn't matter. You are saying everything is within consciousness. I am saying everything is nothing and appears as individuals that are conscious. So really, neither one is true, right? Neither one is true. Neither one is false, right?
we have already taken a position.
Right.
We have
So it
already
does,
identified ourselves with ourselves.
and so, but in this particular case, the position is everything could be consciousness. If it has no tether and it does nothing, sure. And everything could appear as what appears to be happening as far as individuals being conscious and talking to each
Yes,
other.
but the
It
appearance,
does not make a difference. You know, so there is and there is not consciousness. There is or there is not existence. It means nothing
that's
to
pure
say one or
duality.
the other.
That's
Because you're,
pure duality, Howard.
well, whatever you want to call it, you know, it has
Yeah,
no foundation in a
exist,
reality.
exist and not exist is just pure duality.
No, you're thinking in terms of a cycle. It does and it doesn't simultaneously, in that it is empty and full simultaneously. See what I'm saying? Because
Ah,
existence is not, or this immediate experience is not relative to another position, and therefore it's not a thing because it has nothing to be compared to.
yes,
There's nothing outside of it, right?
that's why we
So
cannot put it into we cannot give it qualities and properties.
right.
Therefore,
So,
it cannot
but
be
yet you're
experienced.
doing that, and so am I. I'm saying that it is or is not consciousness,
Yes,
and you're saying
because
it is or is not consciousness. It doesn't mean anything because neither one of us have a tether to any kind of objective truth to make that statement real
yeah,
and objectively,
because we
materialistically actual.
already have separated ourselves, and we try to take a position and defend this position.
And this is the story of what is happening.
Exactly.
But it does not have any objective. It doesn't have a consciousness or an
Well,
intelligence or
well,
an experience.
from the moment there is the appearance of me already taken a position in this moment,
Mhm.
that's duality, and that is,
It appears to be duality, yes.
yeah, exactly.
Consciousness to me is the illusion of separation,
Yeah.
in that
And that is,
I appear to be something separate from something else. But you're
yeah,
saying consciousness in a totally different way. You're saying it, you know, from a
awareness.
tetherless and yeah. So it doesn't really. I'm not even really sure, you know, what consciousness means by your definition, but
Awareness.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. I mean,
I just,
you know,
I just,
I'm just
yeah.
saying we're not as far apart as we appear to be. You know.
But what I mean is, you and I have already taken a position. We have already identified ourselves as separate already. When you try to express a position, you are already in a position of a separate self, identity with the illusion itself. Therefore, your statement and my statement is the story. Therefore,
Yes.
neither yours, neither mine has a foundation
Right.
or right or could be right, because
Right.
there is already this separation between us.
They're both right and wrong, or not, they're both right and wrong, and neither right and wrong.
Who
And
knows
you know,
that?
nobody knows it. And see, that is what appears to be happening.
Yeah.
See, so that's we're not far apart at all. As a matter of fact, we're not separate. that took a minute, but I think we got there. I mean, we're just saying the same thing from different perspectives.
Let someone else talk now. We listen.
Whoever wants to take the floor.
I don't know.
Well,
Thank you, Arthur.
I believe that everything is consciousness. That's where I start coming from. And it's funny because so much of it is terminology. And I don't really feel like I'm trying to convince anybody else. I'm very happy feeling like to me, everything is consciousness, everything is God, and it's behind everything. Everything else is within consciousness. And the fact that we were brought up like me for 80 years believing that I was a separate individual and that I might go to hell. Well, I didn't believe that for 80 years, but I believed it for a long time. And so all our schooling, all our parenting, all our education, nothing has really taught us who we really are. You know? And but we have to be in this body, so-called body, to have the awareness to understand that we are all one and within this consciousness. That's what I feel anyway.
Yeah, and somehow we have to have the experience of the body in order to know who we are through this experience, through negation, through perception, until we realize that we are not this separate body. And I mean that it cannot happen without the body. The body must appear. It's like the culmination of our, it's an expression. Like we are not separate beings. We are not even beings, but we can only understand that through the body.
Right.
Through the illusion of separateness.
Right. Yeah, it's consciousness becoming aware of itself through us.
Through this.
Right.
Yeah. Now, how are these?
No, actually, it's actually, I admit I was triggered initially. I mean, he came in like a bull in a china shop, but no, I think we actually had a good conversation in that, and these definitions, these words, they mean nothing, and anything that I can, that, for me to want to, it's difficult because it's in, like Justin was saying, or posted something, it was hilarious. You can't argue with somebody that does not accept or assume experience. And I thought it was so funny because, there's so many paradoxes within that statement, in that there is no one to be, blah, 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 blah. So the funny thing is as I've been, I don't know, doing these things, it literally, I can feel the need to want somebody to think the way I think or understand what I'm saying. Completely irrelevant. I mean, it doesn't matter. So it literally, I have no objective point in which to say what I'm saying is actual or true. So if somebody wants to hear it, hear my little spiel, yeah, that's fun, but it doesn't make it true. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it like relevant. It's just literally what I'm saying is there is no relativity. So, it like somebody will say, and the people that I love dearly, I run into it all the time. Experience must exist in order to negate it, and to go through that process of explaining why existence or experience is not it is not experience. There is no experience. So for me to try, I've gone through it now like 3 times this week, and the within my story, and the funny thing about it is, to varying degrees of success. I was able to talk to some people that literally thought something must exist in order for me to negate existence. Something there must be experience in order for me to negate experience. And I was able to have a conversation with them to where they realized that at least from the perspective of this bundle of whatever I am, whatever I appear to be, is saying, it's not so. I mean, experience or existence have no meaning, much like consciousness or knowledge or anything like that. But it's not that I'm saying consciousness does not appear or is that consciousness may be exactly everything like you're saying? I mean, it really doesn't really matter. I mean, if particularly once the tetherless and the foundationless understanding has been recognized within the context of a conversation, that if you want to call it God or consciousness or whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter, because there's no foundation in any kind of reality. And so we can call it whatever we like. I could say I exist and everything is, within my consciousness. I am consciously aware of everything, and there's nothing outside of my consciousness. So,
Yes.
and it would be just as equally valid to say that than anything else.
The point is that you cannot personalize consciousness. That is where the intellect falls.
Okay.
Do you understand? Like you cannot say that consciousness is yours.
Right.
Because there is no actual you.
There's no
So
brain.
you cannot personalize, you cannot give, you cannot make it human, because consciousness is not a human. That's what I am saying.
Right.
And when I speak like that, I'm not attacking you, but I'm more passionate, when I speak and talk, and I'm like, wow. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that you cannot give properties to consciousness.
Right. But if there is no property,
it's not yours, because when it is your consciousness, you really have to assume that the body is real.
So there's no universal consciousness. There's no individual consciousness. Consciousness, it just appears to be everything and nothing.
It is just the field in which everything happened. It is not the separate experiencer or watcher, but it's there. You cannot go out.
So consciousness is the illusion of duality.
No, it doesn't create the duality. The duality, I would say, is like the focus, when you concentrate, for example, on the lighter, it appears to be a lighter, but it's not that consciousness creates it. It is there. It doesn't create the separate object, but there is a focus on it, which is the real separation. When you focus on it and you say, yes, this is a lighter.
Okay, that would be you, okay, within the sphere of consciousness. That would be the appearance of you focusing on an object, right? But you're not consciously aware of that, right? You don't have a consciousness.
So there is just the consciousness itself, in which I, as individual, have decided that this is lighter. I have decided that this is lighter. Who can tell me that this is true? Who can tell me that this is or this is not? From perspective, from consciousness, this is just happening. It's not true. In fact, the happening is not happening, not ever happening, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, basically, yes, okay. Consciousness. I think you and Kokila were saying that consciousness is realized through the individual or something.
Yeah, but I don't know about consciousness knowing that it's a lighter. Part of consciousness is that we are awareness. Yeah, awareness. Yeah. Consciousness. So we're aware, and so you're aware that you're saying that I use this and this is a lighter. So I'm not positive that's the lighter itself. Yeah, I think
that's what I wanted to say, that the awareness just is, but it cannot be put outside of something.
No,
it is.
Yeah.
If the body decay or disappear, the awareness, I would say that it's still there. It doesn't go with the body. It's not relative to the body. What I'm trying to say to Howard, that the consciousness does not require body. The
And I
body,
am saying the body does not exist. I am saying relativity does not exist. I am saying that the story of separation does not exist. So,
yes,
I
but
mean, I know that sounds insane, but I am saying that there is literally no self and no one thinking and no consciousness.
no
I'm saying
personal.
that this is the appearance of an individual that thinks that they're conscious and aware of something else. Or you could say, you know, it is the illusion that everything is consciousness and separate. Whatever. By that point, it's just a tetherless story. It doesn't really have any, you know, there's no way to negate it or to defend it or to attack it, because there's really, you know, words can mean anything you want. So it's basically birds chirping in trees. It's you know, it doesn't really mean.
And again, I'm saying that you have to come to the conclusion that you are not existing.
Yes. Yes.
It's still a conclusion.
Well,
if you exist or not, it's a conclusion.
Well, okay. Okay. I mean, I guess, you know, that would be the belief that there is an individual that can choose to believe something.
There is, there is the belief is, you believe that there is appearance.
No, I'm saying, yes. Yes. Yes.
Everything is a belief.
Everything
I call it hallucination.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Yes.
Therefore, how we could say if something exists or not?
Well, you can't.
You can't. You cannot say this exists, but you cannot say this not exist. That's,
so how can you say it's consciousness?
Where I started.
So to say it's one thing or another would be
a belief.
From who?
You tell me. You say that there is no one.
There's no one. It is the appearance of a belief of an individual that thinks they think and are conscious. But that is what the appearance.
Yes, but how you came to this conclusion again?
I didn't. I see. This is we keep going in circles. I don't exist, so I didn't conclude it. See what I'm saying?
Well,
I did not come to this understanding. There is no knowledge or understanding in that sense.
Then what if you don't exist, there is no belief, would you like to go and jump under the first train you see?
No.
Why? You don't exist.
Well, the appearance of me that is speaking to you now does not want to feel pain.
He's afraid to do that.
Well, I just don't want to die. Yeah, I don't think it's fear so much as I'm not an idiot. I don't appear to be an idiot. So, well, you know, that's up for debate too. But no. So what I'm saying is that no, I mean, I'm not going. I don't think that anything is real or I exist or the bus doesn't exist. But like, I don't want to be tortured. You know, I don't want to. You know, I don't want some psycho to put me in his dungeon. So, yes, I mean, I have these appearances and fears and everything that appears to be me now talking to you is, you know, is girded or boarded.
There is the identification with the body.
Right. So you have this.
I don't want to feel pain.
It's sensation.
Don't want to be tortured. Exactly.
Sensation. Sensation is subjective to an individual. Like I can't tell you what it tastes like to eat an apple, right?
No, you cannot tell me if I don't
tell you. I cannot tell you what the color blue looks like to me, can I?
No. Okay. Only if I experience it.
I can't tell you. No, you can't. Well, you can experience what I experience because neither one of us experience.
You cannot tell me if this is an apple. First of all,
Yeah, but I can't tell you.
because you
I
have
can
known
say
that,
like that's a lighter. You know, that looks like a lighter, yes, but it's
yeah,
not.
from the point of separation, I only then I can say that this is a lighter.
Right.
From the point of separate self defining something else. So, but the identification is exactly this. You are culmination, your body, let's say, not you, your body is a culmination of fear and desire. When there is a fear, you don't want to die, you don't want to feel pain.
Yes.
So the body appears only then.
Yes, but that's still part of the story. I cannot tell you or share with you what it feels like to get my thumb smashed on a hammer. So what I am fearing is relative to the position that conceptually I exist within the parameters of this conversation. So what I'm saying is that yes, all sensation does appear to exist, much like the lighter or an apple or the color blue. All of it is subjective to the illusion that there are two separate individuals that can experience something other than themselves separately. And
when you identify yourself with the body, you are not a subject, but you are an object. You believe that you are this object.
Subject object loses meaning actually altogether, because there is neither.
Let's
subject
say
object absolutely loses. It's kind of like what Gio was saying with the screen, even the empty spots and the spots that are colored with characters. Okay, the whole thing is a screen, right? It's a simple analogy, but it is true in that if there's nothing outside of the screen, okay, or there's nothing outside of a Polaroid picture, then everything within that Polaroid picture is the totality of existence and not separate.
Yeah. Yes.
So the same thing with the screen or a movie or a book or the character within the stream experience. You cannot, it appears you exist, but you don't exist as you appear. Existence appears to exist, but does not exist as it appears. You could say subject object, but neither is relative to any kind of objective truth. So there is no, there is no individual conscious. There is, but you could say everything is consciousness if you like, if as long as it's not tethered to any kind of reality. So yes, it's all consciousness or it's all not consciousness literally means absolutely nothing. So
yeah, just the dream must be related to something. If there is illusion, there must be reality.
Well, that would be another misnomer of language, but yes, to say that something is an illusion would be to assume that there is a reality in which to be obscured. So, and that's not so. So we have no way to know that or to compare it to anything. So what appears to be, anything essentially is essentially, I mean, literally, there's no way to explain it. There's no way to talk about it in that context. So yes, I mean, you could say God and consciousness, and I could be, and I could say everything is nothing, relative to no position, and we could still be, and we're talking about the same thing essentially. I mean, it doesn't really matter from that point, from that perspective, because the perspective of a me and a you in this context of a conversation is emerging simultaneously or just spontaneously, I should say, out of no position and going to no position. It just appears to be
who's the one? Yeah, sorry, I tell you.
No, it just appears to be separate. So
who's the one who decides that there is no separation?
No one. It's just like saying, who decides
that there is
a God? Who decides whether there's a God or not? You know,
That's my
nobody can know.
pointer. That's my pointer, that you cannot even be sure that there is separation or there is not separation.
There appears to be, but there is not. So, yeah.
Who says that there is an appearance?
Can
Well,
I ask?
Hi.
Hey, Paul,
I
what's
ask-
happening?
So how are the moon and the sun not separate? In what way are they the same?
Okay, now I'm going to need you to follow me through a little bit of a train of thought here. Okay, I'm going to need you to just, you know, forgive a few of the intricacies and let me run you through this. I mean, from this perspective, you ask me a question, I can give you an answer. The reason why the moon and the sun don't exist, but as an appearance, is because you, as a self, cannot know the origin of your thought. As in, you, as a self, are not your mind or your brain, right? The reason why I'm saying that you are not your brain is because you are not that object, and therefore you cannot know it objectively. So there is no source of thought that is creating an objectively true reality relative from your body position as it appears to everything that is separate from it, right? So what appears to be an individual with a brain that is culminating in a mind and consciousness in this context, okay, tells a story about a self, okay, tells a story about a brain and a mind to a self, but the self is not the brain or the mind. So if the self is not the thought, the mind, the brain, the consciousness, it's not physical and it's not the culmination of that source of thought, then what is the self? Okay, so if you have no ability to understand or to know that you are in fact a derivative of a source, then everything from that position becomes sourceless, okay? Because there is, you know, there's no starting point for a thought.